We are live at CollectCo. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Alrighty. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. That was mostly my fault. A little bit of Tanner's, but mostly my fault. But you know what? You know who's going to get the blame? Seth. Seth is getting the blame. All right, let's get this shared. I had 4 or 5 people here who work at the store I had to talk to. Had to talk to customers. So Seth's getting the blame. Let's see here. If you're on and watching, comment, let me know. Restream's a little weird. Is this frozen? Can y'all see me? Comments stop popping up. Let me restart our Restream chat, actually. Okay, there that is. Let's get this shared in all the groups. Boom. 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 Let me turn the chat on and off. Comment feed. There we go. Let me reset that. All right, now, y'all let me know where you're watching from. Let me know where you're watching from, please. Comment your city and state if you want to. I'm working on getting everything shared. Uh-oh. I'm not seeing Facebook comments. Because I have a feeling people would have commented where they're watching from by now. Okay, I'll figure that out in just a second. Let me go ahead and finish getting everything shared. And Tanner, I've resetted the Restream chat. And Facebook comments popped up. Carlene, Craig, all the first ones. And I can't see the other ones now. Let me turn it off and turn it on one more time. And just Marty Ellis has popped up from YouTube. Can y'all see that? Of course, I can't see if y'all are talking to me or not. Let me pull up the actual live Facebook chat. Yeah, see, they're commenting their locations. We can't see it, though. Let me turn this off. Feed is acting funny. Yeah, Facebook was acting funny earlier. Roll Tide. Jeff said no stream. We can see Marty's, but not ours. Oh, hey, it's popping up now. Sparta, Tennessee. There we go. Now, how about YouTube? If you're watching on YouTube, start throwing out your locations again. Or if you have already, just don't worry about it. Comment something else. Comment your favorite color. Comment what you had for supper. Just want to make sure everything's working before I stop or continue to share this feed. Sorry. Gosh. After we get behind, I'm like, oh no, I've got to play catch up. And now it's just like a mad dash getting it all. And that. Like I said, I probably could have went live at 7. We were awaiting Tanner. But like I said, we'll blame it on Seth. And we'll just call it for that. Let me get this shared everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. John had filet mignon and lobster bisque. Illinois, Stacy Metternich, Mel Webster. I knew it was Tanner's fault. I think you mean Seth. But yeah. Tell us about that AC/DC. Coming soon. Coming soon. Let me get this shared here. Okay, boom. Now, last place, YouTube link going to Instagram story, and we'll be able to roll. We'll be able to roll with the changes. As soon as you are able. I forgot the rest of the lyrics. Y'all know what song I'm talking about. Good old REO Speedwagon. Good old REO Speedwagon. I'm sure one of their records will pop up tonight. If we don't have an REO Speedwagon record tonight, everybody gets a free car. I like that for temporary. Long term in that, that's not a comfortable chair. Temporary, it's great. I can't sit in it long either. I've yet to find the perfect bar stool. All right, we're almost ready, folks. Complicated business. Complicated business. Let me get this, boom. And when I get started, I had a donut with some hamburger helper, an energy drink, and I'm about to go take my pre-workout. And we're about to have a 4.5 hour nonstop live full force broadcast. And if you're not ready for it, then you're going to get left behind. Okay? You're going to get left behind. Let's start with a warm-up bin. And we'll go ahead and start with 2 first records here. These are $45 starts. Okay? They're top copies. We have Otis Redding, Tell the Truth. Otis Redding is in shrink wrap. This is a $45 start. It has the original Atco inner sleeve. And we have a perfect copy. Otis Redding, Tell the Truth. That is a $45 start. Otis Redding, Tell the Truth, shrink wrap, near mint. Good luck finding another one in that kind of condition. Let There Be Rock. This is OG 1977 specialty press. It's hard for me to usually say a top copy for an AC/DC record, especially one of the ones from 77. Look at it. It's beautiful. 77 OG specialty press. That's also a $45 start. First 2 auctions. I usually don't do auctions until at least we go through 1 crate. Not tonight. Those are $45 start. I've never met a bad bar stool. I have. All right. 45 and 50 with Chip Hall. 45 again. Looking for a 45 on Otis. Have we been through this one already this week one time? You know what? We're going to go through it again one more time. We have Slipknot, The End for Now, yellow vinyl, $38.99. We have Alice in Chains, 1990, $24.99. Mark Lucas, if you want to make a purchase, just anybody watching you for the first time tonight, just stand by. You'll see how it works in a second. Just comment whatever you want to buy. We got auctions going back here. We got buy it nows in the crate. I will recognize if you're a first-time buyer, and then I'll give you instructions. But it's very easy to buy. If you want to buy this, just comment AIC or Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains is $24.99. That's a live unofficial. Whiskey Myers self-titled is $34.99. And Enter the Wu-Tang, 36 chambers. Wu-Tang Clan is on yellow vinyl, $36.99. Chris Stapleton starting over, $42.99. $42.99. And Chris Cornell, that's his Hits Collection Anthology, that is $49.99. Songs on Alice in Chains. This is actually Facelift Live. That's pretty much what it is. It's the entire Facelift album live. $24.99 on that, Ted. Velvet Underground Loaded, $31.99. That's clear vinyl for Velvet Underground. Skinny Puppy, Bites. Skinny Puppy is $29.99. Radiohead, Hail to the Thief. Radiohead is $46.99. The Police, Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP. Such songs as Roxanne and Message in a Bottle and Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic, etc., etc. Ace Frehley, $33.99. And Slayer, Repentless. That's on Oxblood and Orange Swirl with Mustard Splatter Vinyl. Wow. $31.99 for Slayer. John Coltrane, Blue Coltrane, $49.99 for Coltrane. Yes, Fragile, $31.99, clear vinyl. And to some of this week's newest releases, Now Yearbook 78 is $59.99. Now Yearbook 78. We have the Lion King soundtrack, $49.99. That's on orange vinyl. Robert Plant, Osaka, Japan, 1984. That's $44.99. Stephanie Harder first on Yes, Fragile. That's so to Stephanie Harder. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, $24.99. And Savatage Gutter Ballet, $34.99 for Savatage. There's another Ace Frehley. Let me put him back here with the others so they're not alone. And Nirvana's Nevermind. Let me cover up his privates. That's $36.99. Terrell, Boat Night on the Lion King soundtrack. I've sold several. The other one, I found the other one. I was trying to find the list or the email I got when they originally solicited these to us. But the other one is the Tarzan movie. And I got those back ordered. I don't know if I'll get any, but that is $49.99. If anybody else wants a Lion King, we have more. That's sold to Terrell. There's another Ace, and there's Ghost prequel. Ghost is $29.99. Do you have any more Morgan Wallen? Yes, I do. Those are available if you want one. Okay, that was just a warm-up, Ben. Let's go through our auctions. AC/DC is an OG perfect copy of Let There Be Rock. There's one little crease right here in the corner on the cover. Atco inner sleeve. Beautiful vinyl. That is a 77 specialty pressing. Chip Hall's at $56. Chip Hall's at $56. Doc Smith is at $50 on Otis Redding. Once again, look at it. It's beautiful in shrink wrap. Otis Redding's at $50 with Doc Smith. John Duran wants a Morgan Wallen. Those are $59.99. Morgan Wallen is $59.99. That is the indie exclusive silver vinyl, and those are $59.99. I've got some new arrivals here. Let me see what I've got in here. I've got some new arrivals in here. Let's go through this bin first. Doc Smith says it's pristine. AC/DC 60, Otis Redding 55, AC/DC 58, Otis Redding 55. Morgan Wallen is a 3LP set. That's correct. New stuff for tonight. We have a Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders. Tribe Called Quest, $28.99. $28.99 for a Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders. I got 2 copies of that. And Whiskey Myers Early Morning Shakes. I didn't pull one of these, but I know there was a waiting list for one. I forgot to look that one up. I think it's Sherry Darnell. Early Morning Shakes, Whiskey Myers. I've got one extra to sell, $31.99. James Bragg wants Tribe Called Quest. That's sold to James Bragg. Otis Redding's now at $65, and AC/DC's now at $60. Joe Gabriel's at $60 on AC/DC. Let There Be Rock. Let me center this camera a little bit better. We got a surprise restock of Iron Maiden Power Slave, $36.99. I think this came in a couple more weeks ago. We sold out. It was back ordered through a different distributor, and now I've got their shipment in. That is $36.99 for Iron Maiden Power Slave. $36.99 Power Slave on that one. I have Ed Sheeran Divide. This is $38.99. This is actually a 2LP that plays at a 45 RPM. Includes Castle on the Hill and Shape of You. Shape of You is on there. That is $38.99 for Ed Sheeran. And I've got another Tribe Called Quest. This is the Anthology. A Tribe Called Quest, the Anthology. That is $36.99. $36.99. AC/DC and Otis is still getting bids. Iron Maiden, Tribe Called Quest, Ed Sheeran, and Overkill Scorch. That's their newest album. It's on gold vinyl. That's the only way we can get it. There was an error on the other version. This is only on gold vinyl for us. 2,500 copies, $39.99. James Bragg wants the other Tribe Called Quest. AC/DC, Edward was in first at $65. Joe, you bid $65. Doc Smith at $75 on Otis. And we got another Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. $36.99 for Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. So 2 Iron Maiden titles in there. And this is a new release. New release. We have Motown Collected Volume 2. Dennis Nelson wants a Somewhere in Time. Iron Maiden. I've got 2 more of those if anybody else wants one. Motown Collected Volume 2. Limited to 2,000 numbered copies on white vinyl featuring 30 classic Motown songs from the Four Tops, Smokey Robinson, The Supremes, Stevie Wonder, The Temptations, Michael Jackson, Eddie Kendricks, The Commodores, Lionel Richie, The Dazz Band, and many, many more. 2LP, numbered on the back. I'm holding number 68. This is number 68. That is $46.99. So, the pre-order for that, I'll read in 1 second. If anybody knows they wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, those are $46.99. $46.99 for Motown Collected Volume 2. Now, we had Dennis Nelson on Somewhere in Time. Ken Crooker also wants a Somewhere in Time, and so does Kelly Gabney. There's 2 more Iron Maiden sold. Those are sold and sold. Brad Moore wants a Power Slave. His OG is Torched. We can't have that. There's your brand new remaster. Play it loud. Raymond Doggin is at 80 on Otis Redding. Let's go over this one more time. This is an OG press of Otis Redding, Tell the Truth. It is a top copy. It's in shrink wrap. It's beautiful. 1970. High bid on that is $80 with Raymond E. Doggin. Raymond's at $80. New buyer, new bidder. And then we have another pristine record that doesn't come through too often when I can say it's OG pristine, and that's AC/DC Let There Be Rock. Near mint vinyl, nice cover. Joe Gabriel, 65. Edward was in first, Joe. So Edward is still the high bidder at 65. Edward Star Wars is still at 65. Calvin's at 82 on Otis Redding. And Paul says he wants a Motown if he's not on the pre-order. Paul Brothers, you were already on the pre-order. Let me read the pre-order for Motown Collected Volume 2. Jerry Wallace, Matt Algram, Stacy Brown, Aaron Jolly, Alex Roman, Gerard Cacciatore, Paul Brothers, James Jones, Tracy Miller, George Buchanan, Walt Cruz, Susie Breedlove, Troy Robinson, Jason Ivey, and Stacy Metternich. That's Motown Collected Volume 2. Those are in. That's everybody that's already got one pulled. I've got 'I've got 5 left. Motown Collected Volume 2, white vinyl, $46.99. Troy, you were already on the pre-order. Did anybody else claim one? Paul claimed one. He was on the pre-order. Ed Nelson wants one. He's buying from the Ryman Auditorium. That's a great place to be buying records from. Ed Nelson on Motown Collected. That's so Ed Nelson. Otis Redding, 82. AC/DC is now at 75. We had a $63 bid, a $67 bid. 75 on that. I have not mentioned Star Wars, and Wayne Carr also wants a Motown Collected. Volume 2. That's also sold to Wayne Carr. Doc Smith is at 83 on Otis. 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 Next is some stuff I got a price. Let me pull out my price sheet. These have not been stickered, but I figured these would sell. This first one is $36.99. The famous Bernard Purdy. This is pretty good. $36.99. Jazz Dispensary Top Shelf Series, the second solo album from one of the best session drummers of all time. There's no telling how many times you've heard his music on drums and you didn't even realize it. If you've listened to Steely Dan, you've heard Bernard Purdy. That is $36.99. Pretty Good is the name of the album. That's originally on Prestige. That is $36.99. That is sold to Doc Smith. Troy was already on the he was already on the pre-order for Motown. Final call on AC/DC. Craig Johnson's at $75. Final call on AC/DC, $75. Otis is at 83 with Doc Smith. And Pete, I think that's a claim from Pete Weisgarber, Bernard Purdy. The Purdy Shuffle. You may have heard that. Pete, was that an informational claim, or was that an informational statement, or was that a claim? And if you don't want one, I think Eric Self, no claim. Okay, so Eric Self for sure gets one. You got to be careful sometimes with your comments. I'll accidentally say something. The Purdy Shuffle. Eric Self, so you get that one. Paul Brothers, I'll put you on a waiting list. We've got a random Morgan Wallen that showed up with this order. Of course, we just showed it earlier. Now's a good time to sell them because we still got them in stock. One thing at a time. Triple LP silver vinyl. Those are $59.99. I got to put a sticker on that. And this next record, I didn't realize we could get them. They've been back ordered forever. This is Taylor Swift, 1989. It's been a long time since we've had this. $39.99. Taylor Swift, 1989. $39.99 for 1989. It's been a while since I've had that, if ever. Man, that's always been one of the more harder ones of hers to get. $39.99 for T Swift. Where are the Swifties? They were in Nashville last weekend. They invaded the town. Man, she puts on a heck of a show. 76 semi-trailer fulls of equipment. Probably 2 of those are just her outfits. She's in Philly tonight. Making a lot of money. She'll be up there with Elon Musk before long. AC/DC is about to be sold. Otis Redding was at 86. Calvin's at 87. Tanner, the Bernard Purdy's were $36.99. Those go to Eric Self and Doc Smith, and then Paul Brothers on a waiting list. The Taylor Swifts are going to be $39.99. These are sold to Eli Tomlinson, Paul Brothers, James Bragg, Sarah Morgan, and Shelby Hurt. Those are all sold. The biggest music sensation of my generation, for sure. Incredible. The amount of, I mean, did y'all see what happened in Nashville for a weekend? Just absolutely insane. It's like, I mean, she's got to go out with a full security. She can't go out in public, that's for sure. Okay, AC/DC. Doc's out on Otis. I wanted to end these at the same time. Calvin's at 87. We're about to sell both of them. Quick recap. Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders, $28.99. Whiskey Myers, Early Morning Shakes, $31.99. Iron Maiden, Power Slave, $36.99. Iron Maiden, Power Slave, $36.99. Ed Sheeran, Divide, $38.99. Shelby Hurt wants a Tribe Called Quest. That's sold to Shelby. Ed Sheeran, Divide. Overkill Scorched, $39.99, gold vinyl. 3 Motowns collected. That's Motown Collected Volume 2. This is a Let There Be Rock, 1977 OG, near mint. Near mint. It's at $75. We're about to sell that and Otis Redding as soon as I get done with this bin. And there's Morgan Wallen. I'll put him over here with the other ones. Morgan is $59.99. Probably the... Okay, yeah, that one come in randomly. We didn't have a sticker for it. So, all right. Okay. Let's do some new vintage stuff. Man, we got some incredible crates tonight. This is the Maiden. Yes, all the Maidens are 180 remastered reissues. We've got some fantastic vintage stuff. I really hadn't had time to look through it, as usual, but I'm going to put it up right now. Let me see what we got in this first crate. They've both been working on stuff today. Let me figure out what we have in this first bin. Make sure there's nothing else I wanted to auction. $39.99 on Taylor Swift. I'll keep that handy so if we need to run it again. So we got 7 crates. 7 crates of new vintage stuff. 7 crates of new vintage stuff. We're going to go through them continuously here, non-stop. Continuously here, non-stop. Here's our next auction. This is an OG. Oh, let me end these first. What happened here? Oh, well, we got it. While I was away, we got a new bid on AC/DC. Chip Hall bid 76. Craig's back in at 85. So Otis Redding we can sell. Otis Redding is sold to Calvin Ward. Calvin Ward gets that for 87. Chip Hall's out on AC/DC. Craig, he tried one more time to get that. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you before anybody else bids. That's sold to Craig Johnson, $85. Craig gets AC/DC for $85. I don't have any Blackberry Smoke, but I can get some. I'll put that on my to order list. B-52's Wild Planet, $20 start, in shrink wrap, near mint copy. Very, very nice. Wild Planet, B-52's, in shrink wrap from that second Wisconsin collection, near mint. $20 start on that. That's next auction. And I think I saw one more thing in here. This is a stereo reissue, but we just never get it. It's a Sam Cooke record. I don't hardly get any vintage copies at all. So let's try to run it. James Bragg's at 21 at B-52s. We've got a new crate of vintage from the most recent collections we've purchased. Today I started sifting through new leads. We got collections in Memphis, North Carolina, Kentucky, mostly in the Southeast. We're going to start knocking those out next week. Of course, we did this week, and the rest of the week we're kind of just trying to get everything situated in the back. This is Twisting the Night Away. Twisting the Night Away. I call this probably, let me see the label. Yeah, this is an orange label, which is probably 72. This album originally came out in early 62. Yeah, this is a 62 original. Orange label, I think, makes this like a 72 or 73. Very nice copy, near mint, but like I said, any kind of vintage Sam Cooke anything. I know it's not a 62. Hard to find in high grade. It is a clip corner. It is a cutout. $30 start on that. Twisting the Night Away, Sam Cooke. It is a cut corner, $30. Very nice colors, though. No wear on the cover. Vinyl's near mint. Has some writing up here. That's a $30 start. Twisting the Night Away, Sam Cooke. All right, new. When will Leonard Skinner? It's in right now. You'll get an invoice for it on Monday. It's in right now. I'll show those in just a second. Frank Zappa, Joe's Garage, Act 1. $34.99 for Zappa, Joe's Garage. $34.99. ZZ Top, Afterburner. $24.99 for ZZ Top. James Bragg is at 32 on the B-52. Scott, you're out at 30. Barbara Streisand, Live at the Forum. That's a quad pressing, quadraphonic, $9.99. Alan Totten, first on Zappa. John Leal, first on ZZ Top. Those sold very quickly. Nick Lowe, 16 all-time lows. That is $34.99. That's a 1984 UK pressing. Ryan Anderson, first on Barbara Streisand sold to Ryan Anderson. Journey next. Journey is a 77 Terre Haute OG. $19.99 for Journey next. $19.99. Scott Schoening, first on Nick Lowe. That is sold. We are at Creedence. We're not at anything. We're at Creedence is in my hand. Green River, $34.99. Blue Fantasy label. Very, very nice copy. Journey is sold to Mark Fallon. Tracy second. Kenneth Jank third. And this is Shaky Jake and the All-Stars. Blues Makers. $29.99. Has an audition copy. Promo stamp on the back. Original inner sleeve. World Pacific label. Near mint. That is $29.99. Mark got Journey. Tracy second. Kenneth third. Scotty Hops fourth. Sam Cooke is a $30 start. It's an orange label. Reissue. That's a $30 start. It is near mint. It's a beautiful copy. Does have a clip corner. And this cover looks like it's new. Jeff, we are at actually $32 on the B-52s. We're at $32 on the B-52s. Mail's in on Sam Cooke at $30. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Life, $24.99. Life is a gold stamp promo, 1987 SRC press for Life, $24.99. Steely Dan is in shrink wrap. This is $34.99. $34.99. Steely Dan, The Royal Scam, $34.99. The Legends, Run to the Movies. The Legends. This is on Capitol Custom. $39.99, a 1964 mono. Let's see what Capitol Custom looks like. Boy, I've never seen a Capitol label like that. Just a burgundy. Never seen that. That is $33.99. Sam Cooke 30, B-52's 33, Sam Cooke 32, B-52's 35. Kelly Bagwell first on Steely Dan. That's a good decision. 33 on B-52s, 33 on Sam Cooke, 35 on Sam Cooke. My Goals Beyond, Mahavishnu John McLaughlin. That's a UK 70s reissue, $14.99 on Mahavishnu John McLaughlin. Deep Purple is $16.99. This is a 1988 press. 1988 press of Deep Purple, Deep Purple. Deep Purple, Deep Purple. Sam is at 35. Mel says he's out. Kenneth Jank is first on Mahavishnu Orchestra. That is sold to Kenneth Jank. The Sam Cooke, I'll show it one more time before we sell it, but it's an orange label, 1970. I think the orange labels were used from like 71 to late 73. But it's an orange, it's near mint, vinyl. Very nice jacket except for the clip corner. A little bit of writing on the back. Deep Purple was $16.99. That would say early album of theirs. That's a repress from 1988. Whitney Houston, $49.99. Compliments of 94 WKTI. Near mint copy of Whitney Houston, Whitney Houston. 38 on the B-52s with James Bragg. Patti Smith Group, Wave. VG Plus, $19.99 with insert. Patti Smith is VG Plus, $19.99 with the lyric insert in there. Sade Promise, 1985 Carrollton Press. Sade Promise, $39.99. $39.99 on Sade. Let me show this a little bit closer. Very nice. I don't think her stuff's in print. Wasn't there a box set out maybe I don't know. I just know it's always been tough for us to keep these. Very desirable records by Sade. Always gone. James Bragg's at 38 on the B-52s. Anderson Williams, let me know if you're in or out, please. James Bragg wants the Whitney Houston, and Grant wants the Sade. Let me show Sam Cooke one more time so we can do a final call. Calvin Ward's at $35. Like I said, near mint minus all the way around on the vinyl. Orange RCA label. Very nice cover, glossy. Does have a clip corner. Has some writing on the back. Other than that, it's very nice for even for the era of the 70s. And that's at 35 with Calvin, and it's on a final call. Is Credence a 69 OG condition? Yes, and near mint. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Angel Station, 1999. That's a 1979 UK OG, 1999. Stray Cats, self-titled. That's a New Zealand press. Interesting. New Zealand is $34.99. Stray Cats is $34.99. Stray Cats, self-titled, New Zealand press. Ultravox, The Collection, a 1984 German import, $24.99 on Ultravox, The Collection. And twin with, what's that say? 29 with Lenny White. White label promo, $12.99. Edward Star Wars, first on Manfred Mann. John Young is in on the Sam Cooke. Calvin Ward, you're out. You're out. Sam Cooke, very nice copy. Look at the cover. Unfortunately, a little bit of writing up here, but so nice. Let's see. In how much? I'll go 40. That means James Bragg, you're out on the B-52s. Anderson's at 40 on the B-52s, James Bragg. By the way, I hadn't mentioned this, but this is B-52's Wild Planet, near mint copy and shrink wrap. Very, very nice. That's now at 40. First time buyer, I'm looking for Elvis. Give me a second, and there'll probably be some pop up in these bins. If not, yeah, if you can wait a little bit later tonight, we have crates and crates full of Elvis records. Your mind will be blown. John Young's out on Sam Cooke, so actually we're probably just going to sell that to Calvin then. James Bragg's at 42 on the B-52s. There are no Star Wars records in here. No Star Wars. Unless I'm insane. I don't think I've shown a Star Wars. I missed a couple claims, though. Anderson Williams said he'll take the Stray Cats, and Doc Smith wants 29. That's so to Doc Smith, 29. Okay. We have Hometown Album, WKQX. WKQX. This is $9.99. That's a Hometown Artist Sampler. Gary Moore is $29.99. Japanese pressing with insert. $29.99 for Gary Moore. The Whisperers. The Whisperers is $9.99. The Whisperers and Valerie Wellington, $1 Million Secret with Magic Slim and the Teardrops. That is $14.99. $14.99. Yeah, is there some kind of alternate feed going on? That's the third different person who's asked for Elvis. And, asked for Star Wars, not Elvis. Elvis gets asked about every night. I'm used to that. All right, let's go ahead and sell Sam Cooke. That's going to be sold to Calvin. Calvin, that's actually going to go back to you, and that's going to sell to you for $35. Sam Cooke is going to be sold to you for $35. Okay, now back up to the top. Scott Smith first on GM. That was the Gary Moore Japanese pressing. Rob Scheffler second. Doc Smith first on the Whispers. Doc Smith first on the Whispers, and Valerie Wellington. That's also sold to Doc Smith. Let's see. Oh, Edward Star Wars. Yeah, we have a buyer with the last name Edward Star Wars. His last name is legitimately Star Wars. So that's what's happened. Where's my drink at? Edward Star Wars. I was like, what a name. This is some kind of high-octane energy drink that I just made, okay? I had this imported from New Zealand. Some kind of rare energy drink. Right, Tanner? I don't know where they make it. They said it's from the mountains of Colombia. I was like, okay, I'll try it. All right. B-52s. B-52s. Final call. James Bragg is at $42. $42. All right. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. 1974 tan label. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal, $24.99. Rock and Roll Animal on that, $24.99. Lou Reed. Bob Welch, French Kiss, $24.99. Weather Report, Heavy Weather, $21.99. Songs by Ricky Nelson, 1981 French Import, $14.99. Sarah Morgan on Lou Reed, so does Sarah Morgan. Katie Webster with Hot Links, You Know That's Right, $16.99. And Shrink Wrap, Chris Christopherson and Band, Spooky Lady Sideshow, Chris Christopherson, $14.99. We Are the World, $24.99 for We Are the World. And Dionne Warwick in Paris, featuring Message to Michael, Dionne Warwick, $9.99. And Gladys Knight and the Pips, How Do You Say Goodbye? Gladys Knight is $9.99. Back up to the top. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Any Elvis, I want one of each. Brooke, it's going to be a while. Here's how things work. I'm showing crates of random records. I don't even know what's in here. I have no idea. If an Elvis pops up, you need to be very alert and ready to claim it. However you're watching, laptop, phone, iPad, if you're on some kind of other system. I don't know how you're watching right now, but you need to have where you can type Elvis very quickly and hit send so you're first. Now, if you can wait in 3 hours, I'll go through a whole bin of Elvis, but it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while before I show a whole bin of Elvis. You can either come back later and ask me again, or there could be one pop up at any minute. And if you want one of each, you might not want to commit to that because we have hundreds, okay? We have hundreds. You might want to be a little bit more selective. We've got hundreds, if not thousands, of Elvis records. So just time out on those, and you might want to hold off a second. And then we'll come back to them. Doc Smith on Webster. Katie Webster, that's so to Doc Smith. Anderson Williams wants We Are the World. And we have Glenn Martin on Gladys Knight and the Pips. That's so to Glenn Martin. All right. B-52s. B-52s. I'm committing to one of each. Well, we might need some kind of down payment or something. And that's a lot of Elvis. We might need a cash advance. We might have to go ahead and pre-invoice you. James Bragg gets the B-52s, and that was $42. Nope. Yep, $42 on the B-52s. That's a big commitment. Like I said, you might want to hold off on those for a second. Let's see here. Let me make sure I didn't miss any of the claims tonight. Let's see here. Okay. Hubert Laws, Carnegie Hall. Hubert Laws is $14.99. War, original motion picture soundtrack, Youngblood. Youngblood is $29.99. That's a 1978 USOG. Steppenwolf Gold, their greatest hits. That's a German import. That's really cool. Born to be Wild, Magic Carpet Ride. That's beautiful too. $24.99. $24.99. Denise LaSalle. Denise, My Toot Toot. My Toot Toot is a Holland press, $9.99. $9.99. And Joe Vitale. It could go either way. Roller Coaster Weekend, that is $9.99. That's a Presswell press. Debbie Blair first to Steppenwolf. That's so to Debbie Blair. And L. Louise Laws. I have to slow down on that one. $11.99. Gino Vanelli, Brother to Brother. Gino Vanelli is $9.99. The Complete Charlie Parker, Volume 3. 1999, 1969 French import. 69 French import. Okay, I got two more auctions. This one, pretty unique. This is called Manfred Mann Chapter 3. Whoa. Check this out. First, you're going to be impressed with just the label. Manfred Mann, Chapter 3. Check that out. That's called Vertigo. This is a near mint copy. Manfred Mann, Chapter 3, original, 1969 UK Vertigo. 69 UK Vertigo. Manfred Mann, Chapter 3. Gatefold, UK OG, $175 start. $175 start. Manfred Mann, Chapter 3. Muddy Waters, King B. This is a 1981 Terre Haute. Muddy Waters, King B. This is a $35 start. Muddy Waters, King B. $35 start. Muddy Waters, King B. Okay, now back up to the top. I missed a couple claims. Debbie got Steppenwolf. I've already pulled that. Anderson Williams wants the My Toot Toot. That's sold to Anderson Williams. Robert Johnson was first to the Charlie Parker. Doc Smith was second. How many thousands of dollars have I seen to get a sticker? You get a free sticker in your order when you have hit $50,000 in purchases. So you're almost there. And that's our next two auctions. 35 on Muddy Waters. Go check out the Manfred Mann. You'll see it's a very difficult record to find. $175 start. Oh, I didn't recap these. Let me recap these right quick. Scott Drum, you're first on Gino Vanelli. Michael Nass at 35. State of Euphoria is sold. Let me show these one more time. Very quickly, then I've got a whole new crate for you. Creedence Green River is $34.99. Creedence Green River. This is Shaky Jake and the All-Stars, further up on the road, $29.99. Those are both really nice copies. Neil Young was $24.99. Life, Neil Young and Crazy Horse. The Legends, Run to the Movies, 64 mono, $39.99. George Law, you're second on Charlie Parker. Deep Purple, $16.99. Deep Purple, Deep Purple. Patti Smith Group was a VG Plus, $19.99. With insert, Patti Smith Group Wave. Ultravox, the collection. That's probably like a hits comp. 84 German import, $24.99. Hometown Album by WKQX. That's $9.99. So 3 bidders on Muddy Waters. Michael was in first, though. Sarah and Doc, you're out. So I need you to bid more than that. Bob Welch is $24.99. Cindy Jones on Patti Smith. That's sold to Cindy Jones. Weather Report, Heavy Weather, $21.99 on Heavy Weather. Songs by Ricky, $14.99. Songs by Ricky Nelson. Chris Christopherson, Spooky Lady Sideshow, $14.99. Kenneth Jank wants Heavy Weather. Edward Star Wars on Ultravox. There's Star Wars again. The Empire Strikes Back, complete with poster. You just missed it. Dionne Warwick, $9.99. Dionne's in Paris. Hubert Laws is at Carnegie Hall. That's $14.99. This is the soundtrack to Youngblood. The music is by the band called War. That's a 78 USOG, $29.99. Joe Vital, Roller Coaster Weekend, $9.99. And Eloise Laws, $11.99. What was the condition of Laws? Laws was VG Plus cover, gatefold, near mint minus on the vinyl. Really, really nice. Cindy Jones wants the Dionne Warwick. That is sold to Cindy Jones. And Matt Biggs is going to get the CCR. All right, everything in there that I thought would sell has sold. Can I see the Vital back cover? You can. It's a Presswell press, $9.99. He's sitting on an old wooden roller coaster. All right. Final call on Muddy Waters. One bid for $35. And final call if you want to get on Manfred Mann. I've got one of our faithfuls who work here. They really want to buy this. And we agreed that I would put it up for auction. If it doesn't get a bid, we've already got a price worked out in mind. So here's how this is going to work. You can either bid or buy on it, or I've already got it sold to somebody who works here. And they would really like to buy it. So that's up to y'all. But it's for sale here first. Kind of a hard record to get. I've got new vinyl to go through very quickly. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more crates of vintage to go through. Wow. That's a lot. Let's go through this crate here. More new vinyl. Let's see here. Jeff McMaster, let me know if you want the... that's weird. I see some comments. I see some comments that hadn't popped up on my phone yet over here on my monitor. Let's see here. Jimmy Brooks said Joe Vital, or is that over here and I don't see it? Yeah, it pops up a little bit later over here on my phone. My monitor's a little bit faster. I think Jimmy Brooks, is that a claim? That's weird. It's in a different, okay, I see it now. It takes a while for it to kind of load over here, and it pops up on my monitor first, but I never look at my monitor. So if you're ever claiming something, and I don't recognize it, comment again. If you have some serious issues, there's a lot of times first-time people, it won't show sometimes first-time people, and if you comment a lot, it will start throttling your comments. If you're constantly bidding, constantly commenting, Facebook will eventually go poof, and they'll cut you off. And you don't want that. So be very selective with comments that are not claims or bids. I don't think Jeff wants this. If he does, it's sold to Jimmy Brooks. Can you see that Jimmy Brooks comment? It was a YouTube. It was on YouTube. Jimmy Brooks. So, Jimmy Brooks. Yeah. Jimmy Hodgkins. Okay. Jimmy Hodgkins. Yeah, it was weird. It's like it took it a while for that to happen. Okay, so update. Let me get back up to the top. We'll see if Jeff wants that. If not, it's sold to Jimmy Hodgkins. Muddy Waters 37, Muddy Waters 40, Muddy Waters 38. I would if I'm first. Jeff, you're first, so that goes to Jeff McMaster. Jimmy, you were second. Muddy 40, Manfred Mann 165, Waters 41, Waters 45, Waters 42. Muddy Waters is at 145. Okay, we have Leonard Skinnard, pronounced Leonard Skinnard, Analog Productions, 2LP, 45 RPM, $69.99. Leonard Skinnard, pronounced Leonard Skinnard, $69.99. De La Soul. De La Soul is on magenta, different color. This is on magenta, 2LP with the comic book insert, $39.99. That's 3 feet high and rising, De La Soul. That's magenta. If you want yellow, we've got yellow. We got 2 different colors in stock. Lots of copies. Muddy Waters 45, and we already have a $45 bid. Michael Nass already in at 45. Paul Brothers, here's what I'll do. Let me tag you for $165. Let me talk to him if you want it, or if I'll talk to him. If I sell it to you this week, I'll sell it to you for $165, and we'll consider it sold to you. Paul offered $165 for that. We was looking for $175. Paul, if it's okay, we'll put that over here in pending, and I'll let you know by the end of the sale, or by tomorrow before the sale, if that's yours or not, okay? Let's see. Troy Robinson wants a De La Soul, 3 feet high and rising. That's sold to Troy Robinson. Michael Nass at 50 on Muddy Waters, and he said, sound good. Put Paul Brothers down 165 on Man for Man. We'll see what happens. We have King's X, Faith, Hope, and Love for Music on Vinyl. That's a limited edition 1500 on individually copies on gold vinyl, $48.99. $48.99. Brent said, did I miss something from Brent? Brent Rabley. Did I miss a claim maybe? That's the first comment I've seen. I think the feed's very wacky tonight. Very wacky feed tonight. I'm seeing people like later that may be trying to bid on stuff. Comments aren't really in order. Brent bid 165. I have not seen a comment from Brent all night. Yeah, very wacky right now. Very, very wacky. So, very weird. Brent bid on Manfred Mann. I didn't see that. Yeah, I put it up for $175 start. I did not see that. If we need to put it back up where I can do going once, going twice, let me know. Yeah. Let's see here. Let me reset my chat. Let me make sure I know where we're at on Muddy Waters. Okay, I'm about to reset all of my comments, so if you've had any questions. 50 with Michael Nath. 50 with Michael Nath. Michael Nath is at 50 with Michael Nath. Muddy Waters is at 50 with Michael Nath. Paul said he'd do the 175. Okay. Wow. Yeah, man, there's so many comments going on. I think the feed, there's so many people either bidding, claiming, asking questions. I think it's just bottlenecking. Okay, let me restart everything. Refreshing. Okay, fresh feed for me. All right. Fred 51, 55. See, that hadn't popped up on my phone over here yet. Just trying to make sure. Let me see what kind of connection I'm on. Let me see what kind of connection I'm on over here. Wi-Fi. I'm not on Wi-Fi. I always use Verizon. Let me reset it again. Okay. All righty. Sorry about that. Yeah, 55. We had a claim for De La Soul on yellow vinyl. Peter Alderman. I got those right here. Peter wanted one on yellow vinyl. That's sold to Peter Alderman. That's where we'd got to. Somebody had asked how much for King's X. King's X was $1,500 on gold vinyl. $1,500 on gold vinyl. $48.99 for King's X. Marshall Crenshaw. Yeah, I'll do that right now. Marshall Crenshaw, self-titled, new release for Music on Vinyl. It's on colored vinyl, turquoise colored. They did 750 of these. Wow, we got number 9 and number 16. Number 9 and number 16, $38.99 on Marshall Crenshaw. So Brent was evidently in first. We need to make sure we got this square between Brent. I think Brent said he would pass, but Brent, evidently, everybody said you were first. So this is, we'll see if Brent wants it. If not, then it's sold to Paul. And if we need to put it up where they need to bid on it, let me know. Josh Saval, you're first on Marshall Crenshaw. John Young, you were second. Josh, let me know if you want one or both. You may want both with those low of numbers. And if you want a certain number, let me know, because John Young said he wants number 9, I guess, if you don't take it. Check this out. Elvis fans, or excuse me, Elvis. I was reading Brooks' comment again. This is not Elvis. This is Kiss. Kiss the Elder is $44.99. Half-speed master, engineered in Germany. Limited and numbered, foil cover. This is $44.99. Kiss, music from the Elder. That is $44.99. Foil cover, $44.99. Josh Duvall does want the number 9 Crenshaw. That's number 16. Let's do number 9, Josh Duvall. So, John, you were second to number 9. Muddy Waters, $55 with Michael Nath. Going twice, going 3 times. Going twice, going 3 times. Brian C. wants Kiss, music for the Elder. So this is $44.99. It's limited and numbered. It's on translucent vinyl. And that is $44.99. Kiss, music from the Elder. Fred Carnell's at 56 on Muddy Waters. George, let me know what you were claiming. And if it's something I've missed, I'll go back and pull it because I can see your comments now. We've got Leonard Skinner, Gimme Back My Bullets. $69.99 from Analog Productions. We did have a waiting list for this. Randy Scarborough, I believe. Yeah, Randy Scarborough. I've got you down for a Leonard Skinner, Gimme Back My Bullets. Analog Productions, 2LP, 45 RPM. That is $69.99 for Leonard Skinner. And Herbie Hancock Headhunters. Herbie Hancock Headhunters, also from Analog Productions. That is $49.99. Those are new and sealed. And a restock of The Who. Who's Next? An exclusive remaster from Music on Vinyl. I saw a post in an audiophile group the other day of what's the best version of Who's Next, and several people mentioned this one, especially for the price. $38.99. You get a classic Who album, and they sound incredible. Fred Carnell, you are out on Muddy Waters. Michael Nath is back in at 58. Another Kiss album. This is the German import with the alternate S's on Kiss. Hotter Than Hell. $44.99. Kiss, Hotter Than Hell. $44.99. Another King's X. This is Gretchen Goes to Nebraska. Limited to $1,500 on gold vinyl. We got number 872, $46.99. Chris DiLorenzo wants Kiss, Hotter Than Hell. They're still bidding on Muddy Waters. So, let's do a new auction. Let's do John, Mississippi John Hurt. today. VG Plus, $50 start. Mississippi John Hurt today. A very clean looking VG Plus. I think y'all know how these older VG Plus records sound. They're always nice. Nice glossy cover. Mississippi John Hurt today. VG Plus, $50 start on that. $50 start on Mississippi John Hurt. All right. Chris got Hotter Than Hell. Sarah Morgan also wants Kiss Hotter Than Hell. Wolves Council on King's X. The Mississippi John Hurt is a 1966. It is a 1966 Vanguard 66 stereo copy. Michael's out on Muddy Waters. Fred Carnell has it for $60. DRI, 4 of a kind, Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, 4 of a kind, $38.99. We are sold out of Hotter Than Hell. I can put you on a waiting list though. Yaz from MoFi, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, silver label, upstairs at Eric's, $36.99. Jim Engelman wants Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, DRI, 4 of a kind. That's on red and black, mixed colored vinyl. Dennis Nelson gets the other one. Only had 2 of those. That's for the Jim and Dennis. The Doors, 2 LP, 45 RPM from Analog Productions. That is $69.99. $69.99. We already got a $50 and a $52 bid on Mississippi John Hurt. $50 and $52. Final call on Muddy Waters. Fred Carnell is at $60. Mississippi John Hurt's already at $52. What was the Pink Floyd that I posted? Did I post a Pink Floyd? Will Pink Floyd be auctioned? Which one was that? Paul Brothers first on Yaz. Mississippi John Hurt's at $55. 38 Special collected. I think we had a waiting list for this. 38 Special collected. 2 LP, $44.99. This is Chris DeMoss, Sherry Darnell, Tom Sullivan. Those were the ones on a waiting list. Chris DeMoss, Sherry Darnell, and Tom Sullivan. 38 Special collected. I've got 2 more available, $44.99. But Chris, Sherry, and Tom Sullivan, you were all on a waiting list for that. I've got 2 more, $44.99. Grand Funk Railroad collected. $44.99. Grand Funk Railroad collected, $44.99. $44.99. Now, if you got Motown Collected Volume 2 earlier and you want Motown Collected Volume 1, here's Motown Collected Volume 1. This is black vinyl, 33 classic tracks. This is incredible, $44.99. Paul Brothers wants 38 Special. Scott Drum wants Grand Funk. Scott Drum gets Grand Funk. All right, let's go ahead and sell Muddy Waters to Fred Carnell for $60. Mississippi John Hurt. Mississippi John Hurt is at $55 with Sherry Darnell. That's going twice, going 3 times. 38 Special is their greatest hits ever, all collected. Everything you could ever want, 2 LPs, all their hits from 1977 to 1991, $44.99. Doc, we're already at $55 on Mississippi John Hurt. And The Dictators, a new release from Music on Vinyl. Only had 1 pre-order. Only 1 pre-order. Mike Massey, $38.99. 100 copies on white vinyl. The Dictators. Blood Brothers, $38. Only had 1 pre-order. Mike Massey. So we did The Dictators, Mike Massey. 38 Special collected waiting list was Chris DeMoss, Sherry Darnell, and Tom Sullivan. Randy Scarborough got a Leonard Skinner Give Me Back My Bullets. There was the pre-order for Motown Collected Volume 2. I have not done Leonard Skinner yet. I have not done Ministry yet. And those were prices. Pete Weisgarber is going to get 38 Special. Let me make sure that James Cohorn doesn't want it. If James doesn't want it, then Pete, that's yours. Let me very, very quickly go through these one more time, and then I'll put up some new vintage. Not before I put up a new album. So is Ministry... Let me figure out where... We got to have a whole crate of nothing but... What have I done with those? We should have a whole crate of the leftover Leonard Skinnards. Now, what have I done with those? Should have a crate of Leonard Skinnards and... What was that right over here? Let me see those. Those aren't tagged yet. That might be actually what I'm looking for. That's all the Leonard Skinners that sold because that's a big stack. So somewhere I've got another crate of new vinyl. I was going to go ahead and show those, but that's the new Leonard Skinner release, unless that's those. That is these. Let me go ahead and show that because this is the last of the new vinyl right here. James passes on 38 special. So yeah, here's the rest of the new vinyl. Just these two titles. I sold several of these for the pre-order. Leonard Skinner, God and Guns, limited edition of 1,500 individually numbered copies on silver vinyl. Includes a 4-page booklet. That is $38.99. Leonard Skinner, God and Guns. The pre-order for that was Dwayne Sevilla, Stevie Lee, Jason Kenton, Tracy McFadden, Michelle Phillips, Paul Brothers, Jeffrey Butt, Scotty Hypes, Sherry Darnell, Jerry Stone, Ron Stoltz, Chad Fleener, Jamie Sperlin, Debbie Blair, Thomas Araro, maybe? He's a new buyer from the group. Susie Breedlove, John Burlingame, Pete Kovias, Randy Scarborough, D.S. Baker, McGanahan, Skelly Jetty Fetty. He got 2 of them. Jennifer Scripter and Eddie Yates. Some new names on there. Leonard Skinner is $38.99, limit to 1,500. I think this originally came out in 2009. OGs exist, but they're not cheap. Doc Smith is at 56 on Mississippi John Hurt. Sherry Darnell, let me know if you're in or out. Doc Smith is at 56. And we have Brent McKinney wants a God and Guns. That's sold to Brent McKinney. Leonard Skinner is $38.99. I have 2, 4, 6. I got 7 of those left. God and Guns, Leonard Skinner. And a new ministry release. Whew, this is a heck of a word. Anamastomia. Anamastomia. Ministry, $44.99. $44.99. The pre-order for that was Sean Fairweather, Sarah Morgan, Joe Frias, Kevin Jordan, Steve Howe, James Bragg, Richard Blanton, and Vin Dandy. Vin Dandy. That's a new ministry. That's limited to 1,500 on orange vinyl. Toby Graham said he wants one, and I have one left. One ministry left, $44.99. So, recap. I'm about to sell Mississippi John Hurt. Gods and Guns is on silver vinyl. Yes, numbered and limited. We got Leonard Skinner, De La Soul, Faith, Hope, Love by King's X, Kiss, Music from the Elder, Marshall Crenshaw, Give Me Back My Bullets, Herbie Hancock, Who's Next, Yaz, The Doors, Grand Funk Collected, Motown Collected Volume 1, The Dictators, and Leonard Skinner Gods and Guns is sold to Michael Nath. Sold to Michael Nath. All right, and let's go ahead and sell Mississippi John Hurt is sold to Doc Smith for $56. $56. All right, let me grab a new crate of vintage stuff. New crate of vintage. I'm going to stack everything that I've already been through right here so I can keep it separate. Lots of crates up here tonight. This is just about a half of a bin, but we're going to go through it first. Let me try to find some of that. A lot of that stuff that was on the hot picture, I think he's got down in these bins. So, I found a Scorpions record. We'll start it for $20. This is Scorpions Hot and Heavy. Scorpions Hot and Heavy. This is a 1982 German compilation. RCA International label. Near Mint, VG++ cover, Near Mint vinyl. Scorpions Hot and Heavy is a $20 start. $20 start on Scorpions Hot and Heavy. Toby Graham already had ministry pre-ordered. Then, what's Toby Graham's? Oh, Toby, you got so many different names. Franklin Booth, Vin Dandy, Toby Graham. Sorry, I didn't realize that. So yeah, so we do have 2 ministries left. We do have 2 ministries left. Scorpions 2025. Sorry, I can't keep up with your 3. I can barely keep up with my name, much less your 3. But thank you for letting me know. Okay, this is a B.B. King that's sealed. B.B. King. No, this isn't sealed. No, this is not sealed. But I haven't had this before. Even as a reissue, it's on this yellow Kent label. This is B.B. King on stage. Kent Records. Got a little bit of a corner ding right here. Nice cover, though. This is from that second Wisconsin. If I say it's from the second Wisconsin collection, that means it's going to be a very nice record, unless noted. This guy was a collector. He wasn't a hoarder. He was a collector. He only got really nice copies if he could get them, even on some of these blues and soul records that you're going to be seeing for the next couple months. It's going to take us a while to sell 11,500 records, and plus, there's 10,000 more after this. About 8,000, but I round up and say 10. He's got about 8,000 more after we sell all these. B.B. King, live on stage, $15 start on that. Make sure I didn't miss any claims there. And let me figure out what else I got in this bin before I put it up here. It's just about a half of a bin, but it's got some really good looking stuff in it, it looks like. Really good looking stuff. Let me mix up these Jethro Tulls right quick. Hint, hint. And we'll see what we got in here. It's about a half of a crate, but it looks like some really good titles. B.B. King 2025. All right, let's see what we have in this bin. We have the following. We have Gentle Giant, the missing piece. Gentle Giant is a French pressing. Gentle Giant, $24.99. By the way, the Scorpions is at $45 with Nick Bagaron, and B.B. King's at $25. All right, the Impressions. Fool for You, They Don't Know, Gone Away. This is My Country, the Impressions. $39.99. This is a 1968 USOG. The cover does have some scene splits. Very nice vinyl, $39.99. Can you scroll back and see my Leonard Skinner comment? Chris wants to know that we have any God and Guns left. Yes, we got several Leonard Skinners left. James Bragg. Let me see if your comment, if I can see your comment. We tagged one for Brent. We tagged one for Michael Nath. I claimed a Leonard Skinner on the post right before. Yes, I turned off comments because of you, James Bragg. That's not a bad thing. I forgot to do that. You commented on this, yes. Go ahead and tag this one for James Bragg, and then I turned off the comments. Anytime I comment on a really old post, these are in. The algorithm bumps it back up. If y'all didn't know that, if you comment on a really old post, it bumps it back up where people start seeing it again. Just an old Facebook, that's been like that for years on Facebook. And I sometimes turn off the comments because what will happen is while we're live, people will start claiming them, and then we'll sell out here, and then people will be frustrated because they bought it on the post during the sale, and they didn't know we were live selling them, and they all got gone. That's why I turned off comments. But James, I didn't delete yours. I left it on there, and I forgot to tag it live. So thank you for letting me know that. Chris, we have Gods and Guns. That is $38.99 if you want one. Richard Baker wants I Am, and that's the Impressions. Richard Baker on I Am, and that's the Impressions. Okay. Final call on the Scorpions at $45, and final call on B.B. King at $25. Off the record specials. This is a Westwood One radio promo. Uh-oh. We might have to put this one up. It's Tom Petty. We had one last night. Let's end some auctions. We'll go ahead and put this up. Doc Smith is going to get the B.B. King for $25. Go ahead and sell the Scorpions Hot and Heavy. Sell that to Nick Bagaron for $45. I didn't know we had another one, and it's Tom Petty again. This is Tom Petty. Off the record special, Westwood One, September 1989. September 1989. Didn't even recognize that was in the bin. Did he actually want one? Wow, yeah. I'm not seeing all the comments, by the way, tonight. Some things are not popping up on my Restream chat. See this feed right here? It's embedded, duplicated over here on my phone. Some things pop in late and they like get reorganized, but I'm not seeing everything. So it's very weird tonight. Last night we had one, Westwood One. We started it at $75. Same thing for this one. We bid on it for like 2 hours. Here's another one. Tom Petty, Off the Record. This is a $75 start. Off the Record specials with Mary Turner. Westwood One, Tom Petty. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people bidding on that one. We'll find out. Gentle Giant is still available. We've got Stanley Turrentine in Night Wings. Stanley Turrentine is $14.99. Stanley Turrentine. That's a 77 Pittman press. Records are your best buy. True. We put a little note there for you. True. Records are your best buy. 77 Pittman press. Tom Petty, 75, 75, and 80. Doc Smith wants Stanley Turrentine. Let's pull Chris DeMoss, a Skinnerd. Chris, I can't see your comment. Tanner says he can see it on the Facebook app. We can't see it on Restream, but there's that. I can see your Tom Petty bid. but I can't see that. 80, 80, now 100 on Tom Petty. The 3 Degrees International, sealed, $16.99. The 3 Degrees International, that is sealed, $16.99. Todd Rundgren, Runt, a 71 reissue, $14.99. 71 reissue on Bearsville. Aqualung, 1981 pressing of Aqualung. Blue and white chrysalis label, near mint, $19.99. Aqualung, sitting on the park bench. Paul Humphrey, Super Mellow, a 1973 USOG, $29.99. I like his drum set, $29.99. His jacket matches it. Paul Humphrey, that is $29.99. Dennis Nelson, first on Aqualung. That's sold to Dennis Nelson. Fred Carnell, second. Richard Baker, first on Paul Humphrey. Richard Baker, first on Paul Humphrey. Tom Johnston in shrink wrap, $9.99. Shalimar, Uptown Festival. Shalimar is $9.99. Mike Langford, you were 1, 2, 3rd on Jethro Tull. Tom Petty, 102. Tom Petty, 103. Let me finish off my energy drink here. Got a little bit more purple left. I should have muted my mic. Sorry if you heard me slurping that down. Apologize for the haunting sounds. We have the Hollies, Buddy Holly. That's interesting, $14.99. I don't know if I've seen that before. As a Buddy Holly cover tribute album, it is. 1980 UK import, $14.99. Aaron's at 105 on Tom Petty. Doc, the Humphreys already sold. Rural Dance Hall, Bunny Wailer. Bunny Wailer. This was on Facebook, wasn't it? Let's put it up for bid. $35 start. Rural Dance Hall, Bunny Wailer. That's a $35 start. Scott Schoening, first on Todd Rundgren Runt. That's sold to Scott Schoening. Sarah Morgan, first on the Hollies. Jeff McMaster is at 35 on Bunny Wailer. Very quickly. Sun Seals, Midnight Sun, $14.99. Sun Seals. Alligator, $14.99. In shrink wrap and hop sticker. Eddie Kendricks Love Keys, $9.99. Eddie Kendricks Love Keys. Freestyle, Bobby Humphrey, $9.99. Doc Smith, first on MS. That was something I think already sold. If not, hold on a second. MS. I don't see that, but I do see Alan Jonathan on Sun. This is sold to Alan Jonathan. Doc Smith on EK, Eddie Kendricks, and on Bobby Humphrey. Those are all sold to Doc. Final call on Bunny Wailer for $35, and final call on Tom Petty. Chris DeMoss has this for $1. Wow, wasn't it Aaron and Chris bidding on the last one? They're bidding on these again tonight. All we need is Brandon Sanders on here. If we need somebody to tag Brandon, we'd have another war going on for Tom Petty. $34.99, excuse me. Gary Moore, Back on the Streets. This is a promo copy. Gary Moore, Back on the Streets. Jet Records promo, 1978, $34.99. Super nice copy. $36.99 for Bobby Hutcherson, Linger Lane. Linger Lane, Blue Note, $36.99 for Bobby Hutcherson. Carole King, Fantasy, $14.99. Calvin Ward, first on Gary Moore. Richard Baker, first on Bobby Hutcherson. Sorry, I drank that last of that drink too fast. David LaFlamme, White Bird, sealed, $9.99. Former writer, vocalist, violinist, and leader of the band. You may have seen their records before. It's a Beautiful Day. Scott Smith, you were second on Gary Moore. And we have Deborah Laws, very special. That's an AR pressing, $19.99. Sell Jeff McMaster, the Bunny Wailer, for $35. Aaron's out on Tom Petty, so we're going to do a final call since there was multiple bidders. Chris DeMoss is at 106. 106. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, EX copy, $29.99. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, EX copy, $29.99. J.J. Kell, Troubadour, that is $24.99. OG Terre Haute. OG Terre Haute on J.J. Kell Troubadour. Eli's first on the Aerosmith. I can't get these last two records to stand up, so let me just pull them out. We'll show them at the same time. Well, these have got like a magnet attached to them or something. Let's see here. We got Jethro Tull Live, $14.99, and Live Stiffs. That's Ian Dury, Elvis Costello, Nick Lowe, Reckless Eric. That's all artists that was on the Stiffs label. That is $14.99, 1979 UK import. Scott, you were second on Aerosmith. We got Tull and Stiffs. Boy, something wrong with those. Got a low center of gravity. Chris DeMoss gets the Tom Petty record for $106. Scott Schoening, first on the Stiffs. Let me pull that out. That's so to Scott. Mark Fallon, you were second. Alan Johnson, Jethro Tull was $14.99. You can have it. You were first. If not, it goes to Sarah Morgan. And then third was Brian C. Alan said he'll take it, so that's sold to Alan. J.J. Kell sold to Steve Henry. Not much left in this crate. Let me go through those as soon as I put up some new auctions. I've got a couple surprises over here, like OG Depeche Mode, a broken frame, and a really cool Willie Nelson. This is Red-Headed Stranger. It's a pristine white label promo. Willie is a $55 start. Willie Nelson, it has a cut corner, like a lot of promos do. It has a promo timing strip on it from Columbia Records. Has a generic inner sleeve. No, it has the original inner sleeve, which has lyrics and liner notes. And it is a near mint white label promo. $55 start. White label promo of Willie Nelson, Red-Headed Stranger. That's very, very cool. And it's very, very nice. No writing on the cover. No other damage to it. Just the promo cut corner. That's a $55 start. Very, very cool. Don't get that too often. And we got some OG Depeche Mode. This is a broken frame. 1982 Jacksonville press. Original Depeche Mode inner sleeve. This is on the original Sire label. That's a $45 start. Depeche Mode. We do not get those very often. That's a $45 start. Depeche Mode and Willie Nelson, both up for bid. Here's what's left in here. Gentle Giant, surprisingly still available. The Missing Piece. That's a French copy. $24.99. French pressing, $24.99. French import. The 3 Degrees International. That is sealed for $16.99. Tom Johnston is $9.99. Shrink wrap. Shalimar, Uptown Festival, $9.99. Carole King Fantasy, $14.99. David LaFlamme, White Bird, that is sealed, unopened, $9.99. And Deborah Laws is $19.99. One bid on Willie Nelson at $55. 2 bidders on Depeche Mode. Sarah was first. Chris, you're second. Doc Smith wants TJ. Tom Johnston. Yeah, that was TJ. All right, I'm going to just take those out and put those. Actually, I'll leave them over here till I can do some condensing. Let me see. Boy, this next bin's packed. Let me pull it down, see what John's got us in here. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more crates of vintage to go through. Let me see what I've got in here. That looks awfully nice. Yep. Just a great assortment of records right here. Let me mix up these. Let me mix up these Styx records. These Styx records. We might auction Eddie Money. It seems like every time I show one, there's not everybody can get to it fast enough. Boy, this is. I wonder where these came from. Some great titles in here. Well, that's cool. Is that sealed? Oh, wow. Not sealed, but it's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. That's going up for auction right now. I've never seen one with that hop sticker on it. Let's see what we got here. Oh, I was listening to a song off this album earlier today. I forgot about that song. Hey, here's an artist. Uh-oh. All right. This is going to be an interesting crate. Check this out. Journey, Escape, in shrink wrap with hop sticker. I've never seen that before. This would be something I probably should keep. I know I have this, but I don't think I have one that's perfect with the hop sticker. Journey Escape featuring the hit Who's Crying Now. Plus, I can't believe they put Don't Stop Believing in the second slot. Don't Stop Believing, Open, Stone in Love and Open Arms. Original inner sleeve. Man, this is nice. This is going to be a $20 start. Journey Escape, $20 start. It is perfect. $20 start on that. All right, let me see what's going on over here. So Depeche Mode 45-45, Willie 60, Willie 60, Willie 65, Journey 33, 30, 25, 20, Depeche Mode 46. This is Tom Johnston, Doc Smith. Let me know if you want it. Tom Johnston. That's $9.99, 1981. If you say I'll take it, then it's going to be over here. If not, we'll put it back. I put that up a little bit too soon. I thought Willie was done. I was going to come over here and sell it to John Young, and we've had 2 or 3 new bidders. So that's at 65. Now we've got 3 auctions going, but I can keep up with it. I usually just keep 2, otherwise it gets hectic. So now we got 3 auctions. That's okay. Tom Johnston's over there. That's a beautiful copy of Journey, though. Let me make sure there's nothing. There's a couple other really nice looking copies in here in shrink wrap and stuff, but just have your fingers ready on those. Just have your fingers ready. We get a lot of these collections. It's like a lot of these collections, it's a top copy is a big difference. It is for me as a collector. You can have a nice copy, but then when you get to the point where it's a perfect copy and it's got shrink wrap and hop sticker and the original sleeve and you know it's a first press, to me that's just like, okay, if I get this, then the next best thing is sealed. But probably if this was sealed, we wouldn't be able to sell it. It's something about sealed records. People want to actually be able to open it and play it. So I have bad luck with sealed records most of the time. So 3 auctions going. I'm going to just let those simmer for a second, and then I'll go back and figure out where everybody's at, because there's a lot of bids. Here we go. Hall & Oates in shrink wrap. You're going to be hearing me say that a few times on some of these. Big Bam Boom, 1999. It's like a book it's like a first print of a book. It's like having a toy in the box. It's like having a mint baseball card. You can have a $30,000 Michael Jordan 9, or you can have a $100,000 Michael Jordan 10. Your decision. John Leal, first on Hall & Oates. Kelly Cook was second. Mint stuff always carries a premium in all collectible hobbies. Hart, really nice copy. Dreamboat Annie, $24.99. Hart Dreamboat Annie, $24.99. Bang Bang, your Terry Reid, 68 Terre Haute, $34.99. Terry Reid, $34.99. Johnny Rivers, Slim Slow Slider. That is $9.99 for Johnny Rivers. Slim Slow Slider. Bonnie Raitt, The Glow. Bonnie Raitt is $9.99. That's in shrink wrap. And Jerry Rafferty, self-titled. That is his debut album, $14.99. REO Speedwagon. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. That is $19.99. Look at that. Very nice copy. Another really nice one. $19.99. Okay, now, I need to take a pause there. We tagged Hall & Oates for John Leal. Kelly was second. James Rayner put H. James, I'm assuming that was for Hart. James Rayner, I'm assuming that's for Hart. And by the way, James, I've got your messages. I opened those up today. We'll take care of you after the sale tonight. Escape. I'm going to go back up to the top and figure out where we're at on that before I get all these, or after I get all these tagged. Edward Star Wars first on Bonnie Raitt. David Eberly first on REO. Sarah was second. James was first on Hart. And there's the REO. Oh, y'all were really keeping up with that. Don't get a free car. Listen, REO Speedwagons in every sale. There's an REO Speedwagon every night. Okay, they are one of the biggest selling groups. Every collection has REO Speedwagon in it. We buy. It's just a given. I'm gonna have to really hunt for these bids. I'm gonna try to wrap one up pretty quick so I can sell it a little bit easier. I've got Sarah Morgan at 57 on Depeche Mode. Chris Kirkley, I know, was also bidding. Chris, if you're out, let me know. Or if you want to bid, go right ahead. Sarah's at 57 on Depeche Mode. OG, that's at $57. And then we had this white label promo of Willie Nelson. White label promo. Very, very nice copy. Top copy. Willie Nelson was at 70 with Paul Brothers. The classic Red-Headed Stranger, Willie Nelson. Paul Brothers was at 70. So 70 on Willie. Depeche Mode is at whatever I just said, 57. And Journey is at 77 with John Leal. We have Journey Escape, shrink wrap and hype sticker, perfect copy, $77. Chris Kirkley's out on Depeche Mode. And Journey's at 78 with Peter. Peter Pulsino. Peter Alderman, I don't actually check messages. That's either Tanner, Doug, and I guess sometimes Ed takes a look at some of them, especially when he's shipping stuff, but that's not me. So if you ever have a question, make sure you message us. This is for everybody. Somebody will get to you. I have no idea what goes on in Messenger, so I haven't looked at our page Messenger in probably 2 weeks. Bob Seeger, The Distance. Bob Seeger, The Distance is $29.99. If you're ever messaging anybody on Messenger, that's Doug or Tanner. They take care of all that. Bob Seeger, The Distance, $29.99. The Stray Cats, Rant and Rave, $24.99. That's in shrink wrap. Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats, $24.99. Final call on Willie, final call on Depeche Mode. And then that will leave Journey Escape, which is now at $85. Survivor, Vital Signs. Survivor is $24.99 for Vital Signs. Bookends, Simon & Garfunkel. This is $14.99. Simon & Garfunkel, Bookends, $14.99. $14.99. Sticks, The Crystal Ball is $19.99. Sticks, The Crystal Ball, $19.99. Crystal Ball, Sticks. Chris Kirkley, first on Survivor. And we're going to go ahead and sell Willie Nelson. That's sold to Paul Brothers. Willie Nelson, Redheaded Stranger. That's $70 to Paul Brothers. I believe that is Sarah Morgan on Depeche Mode. Sarah Morgan on Depeche Mode for $57. $57, Sarah Morgan on Depeche Mode. John Leal is at $87 on Escape. Chris Kirkley already got Survivor. Already pulled that. Stephen Chesney, first on Sticks. James out. James second. Peter's out on Escape. Paul third. Stephen Henry fourth on Sticks. Okay. Journey is at 87 with John Leal. Going twice, going 3 times. Sean Kelly, where you're in the UK, I think they've got all your records set aside, and they're going to they're going to get with you on a quote for those, I believe is what Doug told me. Eddie Money, Can't Hold Back. Original inner sleeve. Gold stamp promo. Near mint copy. Looks unplayed. $15 start. Take Me Home Tonight. $15 start on Eddie Money, Can't Hold Back. All right, let me see what label Simon & Garfunkel's on. Simon & Garfunkel's on at $14.99. It's the second label. Very nice condition, though. Very nice condition. Journey is at 87 with John Leal. Final call. Final call. Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska. Bruce Springsteen is $19.99. Nebraska. Bobby McFerrin, Spontaneous Inventions. This is $19.99. $19.99. Christopher Cross, Every Turn of the World. $12.99. Every Turn of the World. In Excess the Swing. This is in shrink wrap. In Excess the Swing. This is $34.99. In Excess the Swing. $34.99. Tanya Tucker, Riding Rainbows. Tanya is $14.99. Bruce Hornsby and The Range, The Way It Is, on the Western Skyline. So that's on the Western Skyline, and a special live version of The Way It Is. That is $9.99. All right, let me go ahead and tag Journey to John Leal. That is $87 sold to John Leal. In Excess is sold to Krista Moss, and that was $34.99 for In Excess the Swing. $34.99 on that one. Before that, Rich Group got Nebraska, Bruce Springsteen. That's sold to Rich Group. Sarah, you were second on In Excess, and Krista Moss first on Bruce Hornsby, BH. And I don't think I missed any other claims in there except bids for Eddie Money, which John Leal is at 31. Anything else? I don't think so. So we still got Tanya, Christopher Cross, Bobby, and Simon & Garfunkel. Another Stray Cats, Built for Speed. $24.99 on Stray Cats, Built for Speed. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. $19.99 on The Pretenders. Tanya Tucker, Tear Me Apart. Tanya's $14.99. Yellow Flag. Yellow Flag, $24.99. Gold stamp promo. This is Glass Tiger, Someday, Someday, Don't Forget Me When I'm Gone, and Vanishing Tribe, $9.99. The Bangles, Different Light, $24.99. Manic Monday, $24.99. Eddie Money's at $33 with Paul Brothers. Ray Parker Jr., Chartbusters. First track is Ghostbusters, $19.99 on Ray Parker. Jerry Harrison, Casual Gods, Walk on Water. This is 1990, $24.99. Talking Heads is what John put on the back. Linda Ronstadt, Lush Life, $9.99. Rebecca Barber, first on the Bangles. Rebecca, are you a first-time buyer? I don't think I've said your name too many times. If you are, let me know. I'll give first-time instructions. Ken Crooker on GT. Glass Tiger to Ken Crooker. And Robert Johnson wants the Jerry Harrison. That's so to Robert Johnson. John Lill, let me know if you're in or out on Eddie Money. I've got some more auctions over here, including an Albert King album, which I think was on the Facebook Hot Picture. Albert King is going to be a $30 start. Never had this one before. Truckload of Lovin', Albert King, $30 start. Truckload of Lovin', Albert King. That's a $30 start. $30 start on that. All right, a first-time buyer. Thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page, which is CollectCo. We're broadcasting right now on Facebook Live. You can click on our page and go to Messenger, where you can send us a message with your email address and your mailing address. Your email address and your mailing address. That is very helpful to us because we need that to send you an invoice, which we do that on Mondays and Sundays. Sundays and Mondays is when we send out invoices. We do $7 in limited shipping. Also, while I'm talking, I'm flipping through the next crate because I'm pulling out a couple more auction records I see. We do $7 in limited shipping, which starts on Mondays. We start on Mondays with the $7 in limited shipping, and that runs all the way through our last show, which is usually on Saturday nights, except sometimes for in the fall when I'm at Tennessee football games. Well, but hopefully this fall we'll have somebody helping me out a little bit so we can still have shows. It may not be Chad, but that'll be better than not having a show at all, right? And that'll be this fall on Saturdays. But we're a long ways from fall. We hadn't even got to summer yet. That's how things work here. So thank you and welcome. And that's how that works. Okay. Eddie Money, 34. Albert King, 30, 30, 35, 30. Russell S. wants Yellow Flag. That's so to Russell S. Albert King, 30, 40. Eddie Money, 36. Albert King, 41. Albert King, 45. And Eddie Money's at 36. So high bid on Eddie Money's 36. High bid on Albert King is 45 with Gary. Chris Christopherson, me and Bobby McGee, $14.99. This has got a promo timing strip on the front. Not a promo label, but it is pristine. $14.99. Albert King's at 50. Jedit wants RPG. Ray Parker Jr. That is sold to Jedit. Sticks 2, $24.99. We have a lot of great records tonight, as you can see. They just keep coming. Mark Fallon first on Chris Christopherson. Mark Fallon first on Chris Christopherson. Can I have a sticky pad or there's some things I need to write down right now before I forget. I've got to tell them to do. Let's see. And what was the other one? Okay, I'll keep that right there. You got a backup? I might keep this over here with me. Okay. You want the better pen? Mm-hmm. Wow, that is a good pen. Okay. Mark Fallon got Chris Christopherson. James Bragg is first on Sticks. John Lill's out on Eddie Money. Final call at 36. They're still bidding on Albert King. No one has set out really. Maybe Chris has. Doc Smith's at 50. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Bruce Springsteen is $19.99. That's in shrink wrap with hype sticker. Hall & Oates, Some Things Are Better Left Unsaid, $9.99. Hall & Oates. Genesis Abacab, $19.99. Look how nice. Original inner sleeve, shrink wrap. I don't know, I'm going to get tired of saying shrink wrap, but some of them I'm going to mention it to you, okay? Copies like this. They're perfect. They're absolutely perfect. That's sold to James Rayner. John Lill was second. Fallen Axe. Phalanax, maybe. That's Australian Crawl, $19.99. It's a 1983 Australian press. You don't mess around with Jim Croce. This is $19.99, original ABC Records. Man, good stuff there. That's $19.99. Paul Brothers on Bruce Springsteen. That's Tunnel of Love. I don't know if Operator may be on that. No, I actually think that came out on his other album. No, Operator's on here, yeah. Yeah, this is like his debut. Well, there's an album out before this that's very rare called Jim and Ingrid Croce. Very rare. Uh-oh. The power just went out. Can anybody still hear me? Because we didn't have the generator plugged up. Okay. Hear yes, see no. Okay. Tanner we're working on it. I set up the generator earlier, and guess what? I didn't plug it in. I don't think our feed's going to go off, though. I think just the monitor and the camera. We'll stay connected, though. We're good. I was like, uh-oh, there went the power. I have to unplug this, turn it back on?
It's going to take a second for this.
Okay. Well, if y'all can still hear me, give us a second. It's probably just a blank screen right now for you. We're actually like on a remote rolling cart, and we have to plug into a generator. And if you don't plug in the generator, it eventually goes dead. And that's what happened.
Quick reboot.
I'm just glad we didn't go off the air. All right, you should be able to see us now. I was like, oh no. When I see that happen, I'm like, oh no, I'm going to have to restart the feed. Everybody's going to have to find us. It's going to get chaotic. All right. Weird night. Very weird night. Very weird night. Okay. Let me let Tanner just step to the back, I think, to grab something. I'll just keep y'all entertained for a few seconds. But yeah, Jim Croce, this is already sold, by the way. Yeah, but this is a nice copy, too. What does that look like on y'all's end? Does it go to just a green screen? I'm not sure what I guess it turns off our power, but somehow we still remain on. Okay, so Albert King was at 50. Stephanie got Jim Croce. Let's see here. Last screen says no video. That's interesting. Where's Albert King? They're both sold. Both of these auctions are done. I'm going to give Tanner right now. He's back. Okay, Albert King is sold to Doc Smith for $50. Doc Smith got the Albert King for $50. Eddie Money. That's way back up here with Paul Brothers. That's sold for $36 to Paul Brothers. And then Stephanie Harder got Jim Croce. And Tanner, that one was $19.99. You don't mess around with Jim. That was hers for $19.99. Okay. Now, if he claimed anything before that, I did not see it. We'll keep going. I'll put up new auctions in just a second. Billy Joe Turnstiles, $14.99. Billy Joe Turnstiles, $14.99. Huey Lewis in the News, picture this. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Mark, first on Billy Joe. There it is, Mark. I told you you'd get one eventually. Huey Lewis is in shrink wrap, $19.99. The Fix Calm Animals. The Fix Calm Animals is $24.99. James Rayner, first to Huey Lewis. Brian Miller was second. We have Nancy and Lee Sinatra, $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. Nancy and Lee Sinatra, $19.99. Mike Massey, first to The Fix. Brian Miller, you were second on Huey Lewis. Edward Star Wars, you were second on The Fix. Next auction is Bryan Adams. Here's another top copy in shrink wrap. And I don't recall seeing a hype sticker before. It includes the hits Run to You, Somebody, Heaven, Summer of '69, One Night Love Affair, It's Only Love with Tina Turner. A perfect copy. Bryan Adams Reckless and shrink wrap with hop sticker. Looks unplayed. This is from that second Wisconsin haul. Does have a cut corner there. $20 start. $20 start on Bryan Adams. Alan Parsons Project, Pyramid. $19.99 for Alan Parsons Project. Best of Traffic. Best of Traffic is $24.99. Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. Elton John is $24.99. Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. Very nice copy. Elton John, Don't Shoot Me. The Alan Parsons Project, Gaudi, that is $19.99. This center sleeve needs to be turned the other way. This APP is $19.99. Bryan Adams, $25, $29, $30, $30, $25, and $30. Jim Croce, The Life and Times of Jim Croce. This one's also $19.99. Original label, $19.99 on Jim Croce. And Born Again, Randy Newman. Born Again, Randy Newman. That is $19.99. Born Again, Randy Newman. Bryan Adams, 30, 25-30. Brian C. gets Alan Parsons Project. Brian C. was first to that. Edward, you were second. Eddie Pasir gets Elton John. That one was $24.99. And Bryan Adams is at 35 with Stephanie. And Anderson says he'll buy Jim and Croce. Anderson, I'm going to save you a lot of trouble. The only thing you have to put is Jim Croce or JC, and I'll know what you want. And Tanner, that one was also $19.99 for Jim. 35 on Bryan Adams with Stephanie. 35 on Bryan Adams. Crosby, Stills, Nash, Allies, $19.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash, Allies. Supertramp, Even in the Quietest of Moments, $19.99. Supertramp, Give a Little Bit, $19.99. Supertramp. REO Speedwagon, 9 Lives, $19.99 for REO Speedwagon. Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance, that is sealed. $39.99 for Lou Reed, that is sealed. Todd Rundgren, Nearly Human. Todd Rundgren is $19.99 for Nearly Human. And Frida Payne, Contact. Frida Payne is $14.99. Paul Brothers is at 40 on Bryan Adams. Sam Markham wants Super. That's Supertramp. Sam Markham, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. We do $7 in limited shipping. You just got a pristine copy of Supertramp, Even the Quietest of Moments. Steve Henry was second. Brian C. first on Todd. That's Todd Runner. That's sold to Brian C. Steven's out on Bryan Adams. Paul Brothers at 40. Is Bryan Adams red vinyl if you hold it up to the light? Wow, here's another one of these fake black-looking translucent. Oh, it is translucent. No, it's brown. Brown translucent vinyl. Brown translucent vinyl on Bryan Adams. Brown translucent vinyl on Bryan Adams. Okay. Brown translucent, perfect copy, shrink wrap, hop sticker. Paul Revere and the Raiders, greatest hits, $14.99. It includes the booklet. Has the souvenir photo booklet. Original Columbia 2i, $14.99. Peter, we already have a $40 bid. Olivia Newton-John, Totally Hot, $9.99 for ONJ. Gonna Take a Miracle, Laura Nero and LaBelle. Laura Nero and LaBelle, $24.99. 71 Terre Haute. 71 Terre Haute, Laura Nero and LaBelle. Steve Henry, first on PR. Paul Revere. Stephanie's at 45 on Bryan Adams. Peter's at 46. Willie Nelson, Without a Song, is $14.99. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl, $24.99. This has the song You Got It. I was trying to figure out what it was. You Got It. I think y'all know that one. $24.99, Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl. And, ooh, very cool. Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Ponies, Volume 3. This is $49.99. $49.99. Linda Ronstadt. Let me get it here where you can see a bit better. Don't get these too often. Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Ponies, $49.99. Original Capital, rainbow label. Almost something that I just debated putting up for auction because that's a very nice copy. $49.99. That's Linda Ronstadt, Stone Ponies Volume 3. Brian Adams, 45, 46, 50. 50 again. Debbie Blair first on LR for Linda Ronstadt. Roy Orbison is still available. Emmylou Harris, Luxury Liner, $14.99 for Emmylou Harris. Heart, Dog, and Butterfly. Heart is $19.99. And Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still. Don Henley is $19.99. I Can't Stand Still. Merle Haggard, Let Me Tell You About a Song. Merle Haggard is sealed from 1978. $29.99. Merle Haggard. Hooters, Nervous Night. That's sealed with hop sticker. $24.99 for Hooters. Nervous Night. Genesis, $19.99. The self-titled Genesis album. Very, very nice copy. John Lill first on Hooters. We have Elvis, A Canadian Tribute. $19.99. These are all on yellow translucent vinyl. Elvis, A Canadian Tribute. Yellow vinyl. Dan Fogelberg, Windows and Walls. That's also sealed. $14.99. And the very best of the Everly Brothers. The very best of the Everly Brothers. $14.99. John Lill first on Genesis. Yep, John Lill first on Genesis. James Bragg was second. And Stephen Forbert, or Forbear. Stephen Forbert. Little Stevie Orbit. Is that silent on the end or whatever? That is sealed. $19.99. Steve Henry wants to seal Dan Fogelberg. Brian Adams, update on this auction over here. Brian Adams is at $50 with Paul Brothers. Paul was in first at $50 over on YouTube. Paul was in first. I've got a Bob Marley here. Sorry. Bob Marley. Bob Marley and the Wailers, Uprising. Bob Marley and the Wailers, Uprising. This is a 1980 Jamaican import. This is the Jamaican pressing on Tough Gong. OG Bob Marley, 1980, Uprising. Pressed in Jamaica. It's beautiful too. That is a $75 start. That's a $75 start. Bob Marley and the Wailers, Uprising. $75 start on that. Forbert, okay. Brittany says, oh, wait a minute, we do have a correction. Brittany Bragg was first on Genesis. Brittany Bragg was first on this Genesis here. Okay, then it was, actually, I think I missed, no, wait a second. Yeah, John Lill got Hooters. Brittany Bragg first on Genesis. Craig Ruth second on Hooters. John Lill second on Genesis, not first. James Bragg third. Steve Henry, that's the last record I pulled, first on the sealed Dan Fogelberg. Let's see. Okay, and Paul Brothers gets Brian Adams. That's sold for $50 to Paul Brothers. Bob Marley is a $75 start. Bob Marley Uprising. That's $75 start. I'm going to read through these titles one more time. I feel like I went through those like really, really fast. Really, really fast. Everything in here is sticker price. Everything in here is sticker price right now. Sticker price. I'm going to go through this next bin and see what else he laid over here for auction. I'm just going to show that. I'm just going to put that in a bin. Let me put this back in the bin. I'll leave that as sticker. And we got, let's try Sparks. Don't get a lot of Sparks albums. This is Sparks Kimono My House. Kimono My House, however you say that. That's a $40 start, and that's a German press, or Holland? German press. Kimono My House. Sparks. That's a $40 start. $40 start. I don't want the Canadian Tribute. I thought you were good for one of all the Elvis albums. Bob Marley, $75, $40 on Sparks. Bang Bang, Your Terry Reid, one more time through these, $34.99. Johnny Rivers, Slim Slow Slider, $9.99. Jerry Rafferty is $14.99. Bob Seger, The Distance, $29.99. Rant and Rave in Shrink Wrap by the Stray Cats, $24.99. Simon and Garfunkel, that is $14.99. We have Bobby McFerrin, Spontaneous Inventions, 1999. Wolves Council, first on GR, and Gary Samuels was second. Russell's at 75 on Bob Marley. Christopher Cross is $12.99. Tanya Tucker, Riding Rainbows, $14.99. Stray Cats Built for Speed, $24.99. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, surprised that's still there, $19.99. Tanya Tucker, Tear Me Apart, $14.99. Linda Ronstadt, Lush Life, $9.99. Jim Nielsen, first on Christopher Cross. And Wolves Council on Lou Reed. Wolves Council on Lou Reed. And was there a Lou Reed in here? I may have hadn't got to it yet. I think, oh, he may have asked my best price. Okay, when I get to that, I'll pull it for you. Okay, so Daryl Hall and John Oates is $9.99. Fallanax Australian Crawl is $19.99, 1983. Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, $19.99. The Best of Traffic is $24.99. The Best of Traffic. Pink and orange United Artists label. Very, very nice. That is $24.99. Born Again, Randy Newman, $19.99. Jim Nielsen on Hall & Oates, the 12-inch single there. Final Call on Bob Marley for $75 to Russell S. And Final Call on Sparks at $40. Crosby, Stills & Nash Allies is $19.99. REO Speedwagon 9 Lives is $19.99. Lou Reed, that's sold to Wolves Council as well. The Sally Can't Dance that was sealed. Frida Payne Contact, $24.99. Olivia Newton-John, Totally Hot, $9.99. Gonna Take a Miracle, Laura Nero, $24.99. Edwards at $40 on Sparks. Final Call on both of those. I'm going to sell them at the same time. Willie Nelson is $14.99 in shrink wrap. Steve Henry wants RN. RN was Randy Newman. And then I don't know if Nick is claiming something or if he's making an offer. If he's turn. What was turn? If that's an offer, then just pass. Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Roy Orbison Mystery Girl, $24.99. Emmylou Harris Luxury Liner, $14.99. Heart, Dog and Butterfly, Heart still available, $19.99. Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still, featuring Dirty Laundry. That's still available for $19.99. Merle Haggard, Sealed. Let me tell you about a song, $29.99. Elvis Canadian Tribute, $19.99. Shrink wrap, colored vinyl. The Very Best of the Everly Brothers, $14.99. And Stephen Forbert is Sealed, $19.99. Steve Henry wants Heart. And we got Don Henley sold to Jim Nelson. Billy Joe Turnstiles, that is already sold. Everything in here is sticker price. Turnstiles sold the first go around. Bob Marley is sold to Russell S. for $75. And Edward gets Sparks for $40. And Cindy, everything in here is sticker price, 100% for sure. Every time we've went back through these a second time, later tonight, the other half of this bin will be gone. The Pressing of the Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. I will show you the label. This is looks like 12398. Excuse me, 1239880A. Yeah, JWZ. Looks like the original label. About EX plus to near mint minus. That was $19.99. And Edward wants the Stephen Forbert SF. Chad, can you get low end theory from Tribe? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I saw that in stock, but I don't know enough about their music to know what was desirable and maybe what's not. That crate, everything in there is still available. Let me move that over there. We've already been through those. I think we haven't been through these. Let's go through this check condition bin. Boy, there was some good looking stuff in here. Let me go through it one more time. Great looking check condition stuff. Uh-oh, he slipped in a Christmas record. Ah, here we go. I was looking for these. I knew I'd seen them in this collection. I just didn't know exactly where they'd went to. All right, we got a Tears for Fears, The Hurting. Tears for Fears, The Hurting. This is a 1987 U.S. Tears for Fears, The Hurting. Very, very nice. Tears for Fears, The Hurting. Look at that. $35 start. I don't think that one's been repressed recently. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Tears for Fears. And probably even more as desirable, if not as desirable, or even more desirable than Red-Headed Stranger. This is Shotgun Willie. Shotgun Willie. So Willie Nelson was under contract for years of RCA. That's why all those albums are on RCA. He was originally on Liberty, then RCA. But he was trying to go outlaw, as I think y'all know. He eventually did go outlaw. He was trying to near his RCA career. But the first two true outlaw albums are those that are on Atlantic. Starting with this one, Shotgun Willie. And then, of course, Red-Headed Stranger. But Shotgun Willie, this is a VG copy. It was in print for a while. They actually made some really good pressings, but I can't get it anymore. Just a $10 start. It is in VG condition. That is in VG condition. So those are two up for auction. Brittany Bragg also wants a low-end theory. Let's write down a Tribe Called Quest, low-end theory, James Bragg, Brittany Bragg. Tears for Fears, $35.37. And that's right. We do have a pre-order for that, don't we? I think that's still an active pre-order. The half-speed master of that. Yeah, I've got some. I'll show those in just a second. Let me make sure I'm done pulling everything I wanted to auction out of here. This is a great looking bin of records. Oh my gosh. Wow, that should have been in the hot picture. Took my breath away. The best of what? That's going to be hard to pronounce. I see a lot of names on there, though, I know. All right, let's go through this bin. This is all check condition, and this might be one of the most eclectic crates I've ever seen. All right. All right. Willie Nelson, 15, 15, 18, 20, 21, and 21. All right. I'm going to show 3 Elvis albums. Let me know specifically which one you want. Burning Glove, $9.99. Legendary Performer, $14.99. And Moody Blue on blue vinyl, $24.99. There's 3. I got about 80 more over here if you want them. I got about 80 more over here if you want them. Tears for Fears. Let me get an update on this. Nick Bargeron is at 37. Bargeron, I hadn't got his name down. I think he's okay calling me whatever. Might call him Nick B if we have to. 37 on Tears for Fears. Willie was 15, 15, 18, 20, 21, 21, 25. Brooke says she'll take all 3 Elvis. Sold, sold, and sold. Now, we need you to message our page so we can get your email address and mailing address so we can send you an invoice. We'll send you an invoice on either Sunday or Monday. We send invoices for almost 2 days. We have a lot of invoices to send. We do that on Sundays and Mondays. $7 in limited shipping. Track 5, Guadalajara. Guadalajara. Check condition stuff. Josh White's Blues, EX, $14.99. Josh White's Blues, EX, $14.99. Barry White, EX, $9.99. This is Barry White, and this is called, I don't know, The Man. I guess Barry White, The Man. That's EX, $9.99. Oh, I know what that says now. Watt Stacks. I didn't see the Stacks part at the end. The best of Watt Stacks. VG Plus, $14.99. Isaac Hayes, The Bar-Kays, Eddie Floyd, The Emotions, Albert King, The Staple Singers. That's some good stuff. EX, $16.99 for Joe Walsh. You bought it, you name it. Gold Stamp Promo, $16.99. EX copy. Bo Diddley, Hey Good Looking. VG Plus, $39.99. This is a 1965 mono. 65 mono. What pressing is Tears for Fears? Tears for Fears is a 1987 US. 1987 US. The high bid is $37. The high bid is $37. $37 on Tears for Fears. Willie Nelson is at 25 with Ron Phillips. Ron Phillips has Willie for 25, going once, going twice. Tears for Fears is at 37. Did we already tag JW for Alan Jonathan? Okay, so Josh White. That was for Josh White. Alan Jonathan got Josh White. Alan Jonathan got the Watt Stacks. Tommy Flowers was second. Craig was third. Peter was fourth. Tracy McFadden first to Joe Walsh. Michael Nath first on Bo Diddley. Steve Henry second on Joe Walsh. Nobody on Barry White yet. Willie Nelson 27. Tears for Fears is at 45. 45. Michael Walden, Garden of Love Light. VG Plus, $9.99. Doc Smith is going to get the Barry White. Narada, Michael Walden, Garden of Love Light. Tower of Power, Urban Renewal. EX, $24.99. 1974 original label. Original label, EX, $24.99. Ron Phillips is back in on Willie at 28. Pete's high bidder on Tears for Fears at 45. Mark Cunningham gets Tower of Power. Robbie Patton, orders from headquarters. Robbie Patton is EX, $9.99. Van Halen 2, VG, $21.99. Side 2 just has some light pops in the quiet parts. Other than that, it's a really nice copy. VG, $21.99. Doc Smith, you were second on Tower of Power. Jeff McMaster's back in on Willie Nelson. Julie London, Around Midnight. That's another one of those really cool foil. Looks like her pants are shiny and all the clock dial is shiny. That's a VG Plus, $49.99. It's a 1960 stereo. Mark on A4 plays without noise. There you go. VG Plus, $49.99. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me, in shrink wrap, EX vinyl, $24.99. EX vinyl, $24.99. That's a Santa Maria OG. Final call on TFF, that's Tears for Fears, $45. And final call on Willie Nelson, Jeff McMaster's at $30, because Ron is out. $30, this is a VG OG of Willie Nelson, Shotgun Willie. That's at $30. Fleetwood Mac's at 40, or excuse me, Tears for Fears is at 45. Jimmy Ball first on Fleetwood Mac. If you're just joining us, we got a crate of new arrivals, vintage check condition. Great stuff. I still got 4 more crates to go through after this. All new arrivals. It's Friday night. Y'all are not going anywhere. You're going to stay right here. That's a Jedi trick. You're not going anywhere. LTD, Shine On, VG Plus, $11.99. LTD. Earth, Wind, and Fire, I Am, VG copy, $11.99. Bonnie Colock, Hold On to Me. That's a quad pressing, VG, $9.99. Craig Ruth on the Van Halen. Doc Smith on Earth, Wind, and Fire. I feel like the speed is picking up. Rick D's Weekly Top 40. Rick D's Weekly Top 40. EX, $29.99. EX, $29.99. U2, The Unforgettable Fire. That's an EX copy, $31.99. Ryan Anderson, first on Bonnie. That's sold to Ryan Anderson. Sentimentally Yours, Patsy Cline. 1962 mono. 1962 mono. Deca pressing, that's EX, $14.99. 62 mono. Krista Moss on Rick D's. That's sold to Krista Moss. No break. No break tonight. Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus. EX, $11.99. Madman Across the Water. This is an MCA press. EX, $31.99. Madman Across the Water. EX, $31.99. Willie Nelson's at 32 with Brent Rabley. Brent Rabley's in on Willie Nelson at 32. That means Jeff McMaster, you're out. Jeff McMaster, you're out. We got David Hilton first on PC. Lots of people on that. Patsy Cline. That's sold to David Hilton. Calvin Ward, Stephanie Harder. Jeff McMaster was fourth. First one to David Hilton. Craig Weatherford first on U2. Steve Henry first on Jefferson Starship. Brittany Bragg was second. And Brenda Lee on Deca. EX, $9.99. Deep Groove Mono. Brittany, you were second on Starship. Here's what you need to buy is Madman Across the Water, and thank me later. We can end another auction, though. Tears for Fears is sold to Mr. Pete Weisgarber. That's sold to Pete W. for $45. We have a new bid on Willie Nelson. Jeff McMaster, you're out. That's a VG copy of Shotgun Willie. New bid, $32 with Brent Rabley. Jimmy Ball's going to take my advice and get Madman Across the Water. You can go ahead and just send me a thank you letter. Start writing it out. Michael Jackson Bad, $36.99 for Michael Jackson Bad. Roy Orbison sings Lonely and Blue. That's a VG copy, $39.99. 1961 mono. They test played this. Paul said it looks bad, but it plays fantastic. That's how a lot of these older late 50s, early 60s records are. They look like but then when you play them, they sound really good. Rebecca Barker, first on Michael Jackson. That's sold to Rebecca. And the Jacksons Victory EX $29.99 with the merchandise order form. EX $29.99. Clay Moore on BL. That's Brenda Lee. Sell that to Clay Moore. We have the Reggae Philharmonic Orchestra. The Reggae Philharmonic Orchestra EX $19.99. That's a German import. John Leal, first to the Jacksons. Jeff McMaster, let me know if you're in or out on Willie Nelson, please. And the Isley Brothers, Go All the Way. The Isley Brothers is a VG Plus $9.99. Jeff McMaster wants the Reggae Orchestra. Fine, 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 the Ikettes. That's a VG Plus $11.99. That's a 1987 UK comp. UK comp. Merry Christmas, Bing Crosby. Deep Groove Mono. This may be the first release of this. EX, look at that Decca label, $19.99. Brent is out on Willie Nelson. Jeff is in at $33. And let's go ahead and sell that. That's sold to Jeff McMaster for $33. Here's what I pulled out. Oh, did you bring me some food? That was a hard no. My mom left me some hamburger helper, but I've already ate it. So now I'm like, well, now what's my backup plan? I pulled this out. I was like, goodness gracious, this should have been in the hot picture. What in the world? I have no idea what we have in the back. So these records are just as a surprise to y'all as they are as to me every night. We have Van Halen OU812 EX copy. This was in the check condition bin. It is EX. Of course, EX is just a couple marks away from being a near mint record. Has not ever been repressed. Hopefully it comes soon. They're supposed to. There's been no release, no announcement. They've just repressed that one for Record Store Day. Hopefully the others come, but when could they be? They usually do one big one a year like Alice in Chains, so I don't know. It could be 2026 before we see a reissue of this. In shrink wrap, $45 start. Van Halen OU812, $45 start on Von Hagar. That's a $45 start. Frank Galena, first on Bing Crosby. Frank Galena, first on Bing Crosby. Mark Fallon was second. Brooke was third. Jimmy Ball fourth. Cookout, possibly. Roy Trax, give me a second on that. We have Van Halen 45, 55, 45, 45, 45, 65, 45, and 70. We have Buddy Miles Regiment. Buddy Miles is EX $16.99. Buddy Miles Regiment. And My South, My Blues, Niles Jones. VG Plus $49.99. Plays great. My South, My Blues, Niles Jones. VG Plus $49.99. Van Halen 45, 45, 65, 45, 56, 70. And Chris DeMoss wants My South, My Blues. That's sold to Chris DeMoss. We have Mott the Hoople's Greatest Hits. VG copy $9.99. The OJ's Ship Ahoy. This is an EX copy, $14.99. The OJ's Ship Ahoy. VG copy, $14.99. Jimmy Ball is at 75 on Van Halen. Brian and James are both out. So is the other James. Double Fantasy, John Lennon. VG plus $14.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, VG plus $14.99. Webster Lewis, 8 for the 80s. Webster Lewis is a VG copy, $9.99. And the best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. The best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. And this is a VG plus $9.99 German import. The best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. The lady is not for sale, or the lady's not for sale, Rita Coolidge. VG copy, $9.99. All right, so high bid on Van Halen right now is 75 with Jimmy Ball. Going once, going twice. Never mind. Calvin's at 77. Romelu wants the best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. And also in there we had John Lennon, the OJs, Malta Hoople, Buddy Miles, and the Ikettes. Jack Scott. Jack Scott is a VG copy, $9.99. Jack Scott, $9.99 on Carlton or Carrollton. VG, $9.99. Hank Williams, the immortal Hank Williams. VG Plus, $34.99. A 1956 mono. 1956 mono. Next QRP, Steely Dan. No date on that. No date on that. Okay, new bids on Van Halen, 78 and 80. So we got 3-4 bidders still on that. Van Halen is at 80. Brent Rabley first to Hank. Brent Rabley first to Hank. Let me take a pause there to let everybody know how the feed works, especially for a couple new people watching. Here is my cell phone, which I'm looking at. I keep it right here where I can see it. This is the chat that you see right here on your screen. See where my hand's going up and down? See this chat right here? That is what we go by, because when you comment, there's people watching on Facebook and there's people watching on YouTube right now. When you comment, it's going to look like you're first every time. And you're not first most of the time. You're probably second or third, especially on something very popular. Sometimes you are first. We go by my feed, and of course earlier on Bing Crosby, there were several people, and that was Frank Galena, and then Mark Fallon, and then Brooke, you were third, and then Jimmy Ball, and I think there was somebody else, Brooke again. So there was 4 people on that, and that's how that works. And then after something sells, we're obviously not going to auction it. So if it's sold, I think Frank Galena would be very mad if I was like, you know what? We already sold that. Let's put it up for auction. We can't do that either. Once it's sold, it's sold. Duran Duran Notorious EX copy, $34.99. That's a 1986 US Duran Duran Notorious. That is sold to John Leal. Just be very patient, have your fingers ready, and hope that you're first. 12 brand new hit songs by George Jones, Mr. Country, and Western Music, EX $12.99. There are people who's been watching this for years, and they have missed out on thousands of records. There's some people that's been watching us for 3 or 4 years now. There's no telling how many records they missed out on, right, Tanner?
Sure.
Thousands. There's some people that's been second and third thousands of times. Al Cooper and Shuggy Otis, the Cooper Session. This is an OG 69 Terre Haute. Check out this record. $40 start. $40 start. Original Columbia 2i. Beautiful copy. 69 Terre Haute. Columbia 2i. This is a $40 start. Al Cooper and Shuggy Otis. That's a $40 start. It has, for some reason, one piece of tape residue right here. I don't know why, but that kept it from being just an all-around perfect. It looks like somebody put a piece of tape right here to like block the record at one time, maybe so it wouldn't slide out. But a beautiful jacket other than that. It's a Columbia 2i and it's near mint. Very, very nice. Okay. Let me get caught up in the feed because I took a break and explained a lot of stuff. We already tagged Hank for Brent. John Leal got the Duran Duran. John Ambrosic was second. Brent Rabley first on George Jones. Jeff's out on Van Halen. So the last bid on Van Halen was Jimmy Ball at $80. That's going once, going twice, going 3 times. Jimmy Ball's at 80 on Van Halen. Al Cooper, we had 40, then 40, then 40, then 45. And Van Halen, this is an OG, of course. I don't know if they even really repressed this album. This is an 88 Carrollton Club. This is an 88 Carrollton Club. Columbia House right there. Inner sleeve and shrink wrap. Vinyl is EX. Vinyl is EX. Vinyl's EX. Okay, back to the check condition bin. David Ackles, the road to Cairo. Well, I messed that all up. I almost said the radio to Cairo, but it's the road to Cairo. David Ackles. That's EX 1699. That is a 68 Monarch. 68 Monarch. American Beauty. 73 Terre Haute. $44.99. Side 2 label misprint. Side 2 label misprint. I don't know what the misprint is, but there's a misprint on side 2. $44.99 for American Beauty. EX. Otis Redding and Carla Thomas. The King and the Queen. $31.99. I don't have a condition note. Is it not check condition? It is. Let me try to figure out what it is. He may have left the grade off. Let's call it VG Plus. Let's call it VG Plus. It doesn't look bad, though, for an Otis Redding. That is $31.99. $31.99. Wham! Fantastic. That's EX $29.99. Talking Heads is a VG copy for $24.99. Speaking in Tongues. And this is $124.99. This is Breakthrough, the new Colony 6. Breakthrough is a 66 US mono. Side 2 looks bad but plays great. It's a VG $124.99. Let me see what I missed here. Let's see. Anderson Williams on American Beauty. That was the Grateful Dead. That's sold to Anderson Williams. Sean Jones first on Talking Heads. Russell S. was second. Van Halen is sold to Jimmy Ball for $80. I need to do a final call on this. Got a lot of bids, then it kind of stalled, so no one even said out. Jeff McMaster's at $45. Mark hadn't said out. Brent hadn't said out. Mark Cunningham hadn't said out. Jeff McMaster's at $45. And this is on the Al Cooper and Shuggy Otis Cooper session. Columbia 2i, we're at $45, and that's near me. I'm going to go through this crate one more time. There's a lot of really good records in here. Let's go through those one more time. We have Michael Walden, Narada, Garden of Love Light. That's a VG Plus, $9.99. Wham! Fantastic. Sold to Anderson Williams. That's sold to Anderson. Thank you. Robbie Patton, Orders from Headquarters. EX, $9.99. Julie London, VG Plus, $49.99, Around Midnight. LTD, Shine On, VG Plus, $11.99, covers and shrink wrap. Roy Orbison Sings, here you go, Mark. Lonely in Blue, VG, $39.99. It's a 61 mono. Looks bad, but plays fantastic. And that's on the original Monument, 61 mono. There he is, without his glasses. The Isley Brothers, Go All the Way, VG Plus, $9.99. So it looks VG. It probably plays if it. He's going by looks. Yeah, by looks, it's a VG. It has a scuff here, noticeable. One here through the dead wax. One there. Side, this other side, I don't know if it's side 1 or 2. That's side 2. Side 2 looks closer to VG Plus, and probably overall, it plays better than VG Plus. Doc Smith first on the Isley Brothers. Al Cooper and Shuggy, or whoever, somebody was trying to correct me on that one. That's sold to Jeff McMaster for $45. Jeff got that for $45. The Ikettes, Fine, Fine, Fine. That's a VG Plus, $11.99. Buddy Miles, Regiment, Gold Stamp Promo, EX, $16.99. Moth the Hoople's Greatest Hits. That's a VG copy, $9.99. The OJ's, EX, $14.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, VG Plus, $14.99. Jimmy Ball, You Got the Van Halen. Doc Smith first to the Ikettes. Rudder Butter first on Moth the Hoople. Fred Carnell on Buddy Holly. Mark Cunningham, You Can Have It for $39.99, or we can sell it to Fred Carnell. Actually, Fred may have asked a long time ago. Fred said, can I see the Buddy again? And I don't think I ever acknowledged his comment because we were right in the middle of explaining that's right when I think the Bing Crosby was showed. So we'll see what he says. And then Doc Smith on BM, that's Buddy Miles. Buddy Miles, so to Doc Smith. Alan Jonathan, you were second on Moth the Hoople. That was for Buddy Miles. Never mind. Let's completely retract. We got Fred said Buddy Miles, not. What am I thinking about? Why am I thinking that's RO? I completely messed up there. Let me take that out, Tanner. I might have to go through all these. I'm thinking, I don't know what I was thinking. Ikettes is so to Doc Smith. Rudder Butter got Moth the Hoople. Fred Carnell was first to Buddy Miles. Fred Carnell first to Buddy Miles. Doc Smith was second. Brent offered 33. Everything is sticker price right now. What I was going to say is everything is sticker price until I'm done going through everything. the first time. Alan Jonathan, you were second on Mott the Hoople. Doc Smith was first on the OJs. And Mark says he'll take it. Okay, so there it is. You can take it now, or like I said, you can wait till I go back through it a second time. But if you happen to pass, then whoever, if Brent wants it for full sticker or anybody else, it will be their decision. And Fred said he's going to pass on Buddy Miles, give it to Doc. Webster Lewis, 8 for the 80s. That's a VG copy, $9.99. Rita Coolidge, The Ladies Not For Sale, VG $9.99. Jack Scott was a VG $9.99. David Ackles, The Road to Cairo, EX $16.99. Otis Redding and Carla Thomas is $31.99. That was a VG Plus. Otis Redding and Carla Thomas. And the New Colony 6 is a VG $124.99. Sarah Long on RC. That's Rita Coolidge, I believe. I got some new auctions over here, I think. I got a MoFi Super Tramp. Let me figure out what our next bin is. This is our next bin right here. I've already pulled records out of here. I think I have. Oh, yeah, so this one's ready to go. We're going to do this one next. This is all new arrivals. Let me see what I've got in this other one. So evidently there were some Pink Floyd records in the hot picture. I think I have located them. I also got to mix up these Bob Dylans because we got a lot of Dylan coming up in this next crate. Let's see. There's 2 Pink Floyds. We definitely want to auction Momentary Lapse of Reason. I didn't even know we had that. Aha. So the crate after the next is going to be even better, it looks like. Possibly. They're about even. There's some good titles in here. Let me see what else. I need to get these mixed up, though, because there's like 3 of the same artist here, back to back. Ooh, AC/DC. Definitely need to put that up. And this Phil Collins. This is a tough Phil Collins to get. This is a really tough one to get. All right, we got a clean auction block, so let me see what I got here. We got Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. This is going to be a $55 start. Ooh, it's a promo, or at least a gold stamp promo. $55 start, Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason, gold stamp promo. It is very, very nice. That's EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. I say EX Plus because it does have a scuff here and here that I see. And Mark Fallon's in. Well, this side here looks very, very nice. That is Momentary Lapse of Reason. 87 gold stamp promo, Momentary Lapse of Reason. That's got some great songs on it. How about AC/DC, Who Made Who? AC/DC, Who Made Who? Let's do a $35 start on this. There's a tear back here in the cover. See that? It's got a tear back here in the cover. This is not a check condition record, though. The original Atlantic inner sleeve, Near Mint Minus vinyl. Very, very nice vinyl. That is very, very nice. $35 start on that. The first auction of the night was an AC/DC. That's a $35 start. Wow, there's not much left in there. I'm going to pull them out, put them right over here, and let's go through this bin here. Austin, you were second on Pink Floyd. Mark Fallon was in first. Mark Fallon was in first. Here we go. Austin's back in. What's the Phil Collins rarity? That's coming up for auction next. Got to buckle up. 2 auctions at a time. We don't want to blow up Facebook like we did earlier. Okay, new arrivals. These are not check condition. So these are all EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. Bryan Adams, you want it, you got it. Bryan Adams is $19.99. Alabama Mountain Music, $9.99. Loretta Lynn, Coal Miner's Daughter. This is on Decca. That is $34.99 in shrink wrap. Very, very nice copy. Coal Miner's Daughter, Loretta Lynn. The Lightning Fingers of Roy Clark, $24.99 for Lightning Fingers of Roy Clark. Rompin' Stompin' Ragtime by Dave Jason. By Dave Jason or Jason. That's a 1974 Robert Crumb cover. Robert Crumb doing the cover. That is $49.99. $49.99. Nancy in London is $29.99. Nancy Sinatra. Original tricolor steamboat label, $29.99. Very pretty lady, Nancy Sinatra. Back up to the top. Pink Floyd 58, AC/DC 35, Pink Floyd 60, Pink Floyd 60, Pink Floyd 62. Eric Beck, first to Bryan Adams. Andrew Schoen, first to Alabama. Brooke was second. Pink Floyd, 65. Rebecca wants Loretta Lynn. Tanner, that one was $34.99. 70 on Pink Floyd. Mark's out. So Jason Fornerat has Pink Floyd for 70. Going once, going twice. Austin, let me know if you're in or out. Stephanie has AC/DC, no more, because Todd just bid 40. We got Roy Clark, Dave, Jason, and Nancy Sinatra. $24.99 for Herbie Mann, Brazil, Bossa, Nova, and Blues. $24.99 for Herbie Mann. $24.99. Here's Loretta singing Wings Upon Your Horns. $19.99. This is in shrink wrap. Another Loretta Lynn. $19.99. Loretta Lynn. Excuse me. That's in shrink wrap. The Symphonic Ellington, Duke Ellington, in shrink wrap, $19.99 for Duke Ellington. Donnie Iris, The High and the Mighty. Donnie Iris is $19.99. And Linda Ronstadt, What's New, $9.99. Final call on Pink Floyd at 70. Final call on AC/DC at 40. Stephanie, please let me know if you're out. Austin, let me know if you're out on Pink Floyd. America, View from the High Ground. America, View from the High Ground, $9.99. Terry Westwood first on Donnie Iris. Michael Ling on the Nancy Sinatra. And that was like a perfect looking copy. Sell that to Michael Ling. I've got all of her records, I think, at one time. We bought a collection one time and they were all just perfect and shrink wrap. I kept them all. The Turtles, more golden hits. The Turtles is $14.99. Stephanie's at 45 on AC/DC. Todd's out. And we have the classic performances of 10 Years After. $19.99 on 10 Years After. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. Four-Way Street, the 2 LP live album of Four-Way Street. $39.99. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits. $14.99. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits. $14.99 on Frank Sinatra. And Hank Williams' Greatest Hits Volume 2. $14.99 on Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits Volume 2. I've messed up again tonight. I have not turned on the air conditioner. I feel like I'm over here standing in a sauna. 77 degrees. I hope y'all brought your sweaters at Addison, Jake, and Tanner. 67. It will blow up really cold air. Let's see here. We have Nancy Sinatra, Rebecca Barber on FS, Frank Sinatra. That's sold to Rebecca Barber. John Miller first on the Hank Jr. Mike Post was second. Edward Star Wars second on 10 Years After. Pink Floyd is sold to, this is sold to Jason Fornerat for $70. And Stephanie Harder gets AC/DC for $45. AC/DC for $45. John Miller says he's going to pass on Hank Jr., give that to Mike Post. Frank Galena wanted, oh, I didn't pull 10 Years After, did I? Rebecca got Frank Sinatra. Frank Galena, was that a claim? No, never mind. Hold on a second. Michael Ling, we got Nancy Sinatra. Rebecca Barber got Frank Sinatra. Stephanie asked the tracks on 10 Years After, so I've got to lay that over here for a second. Mike Post got the Hank Jr. Edward was second, maybe on 10 Years After. And Jeff McMaster wants that Ragtime record from earlier, which was the R. Crumb cover. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. Then we sold the two auctions. Jason Fornerat got Pink Floyd for $70, and Stephanie got AC/DC for $45. We got two new auctions, Phil Collins and Pink Floyd. Phil Collins, But Seriously, from 1989. Phil Collins, But Seriously, from 1989. This is a $55 start. 1989 Phil Collins, But Seriously. Has the original inner sleeve. $55 start. $55 start on Phil Collins, But Seriously. Mark Fallon is in. Pink Floyd. This is the original motion picture soundtrack to Pink Floyd More. They did the soundtrack to this album. Harvest label. That's a $45 start. Phil Collins 55, Phil Collins 65. Wonder Women, the history of girl group sound. That is $19.99. Well, it's got a lenticular cover. Wonder Women, the history of girl group sound. That's hard to say. On Rhino, $19.99. The best of Bachman Turner Overdrive. This is in shrink wrap, $14.99. The best of Bachman Turner Overdrive, $14.99. Dave Brubeck's Greatest Hits, $19.99 for Dave Brubeck's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits is $24.99. And Elton John Here and There. This is live Elton John, $19.99. Debbie Blair, first to Bachman Turner Overdrive. That's sold to Debbie Blair. John Leal is the high bidder on Phil Collins at $65. No bids yet on Pink Floyd, looking for a $45 start. Rock and Roll Soul Part 1. This is Hall & Oates Greatest Hits, $19.99. Hall & Oates Greatest Hits, $19.99. Andrew Schoen, first on Dave Brubeck's Greatest Hits. Carlene, first on Elton John, Here and There. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, $24.99 for The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. This is the Moody Blues. This is the Moody Blues. 2 LP Moody Blues compilation hits. Looks near mint to me, $24.99. The Outlaws, Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, Jesse Coulter, and Tom Paul Glasser. That is $24.99. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Very nice copy. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Matthew Christ, first on Hall & Oates, Rock and Roll Soul Part 1. We have Nancy Sinatra's Greatest Hits, and with a little help from her friends, that's also a really nice copy. $24.99 for Nancy Sinatra's Greatest Hits. And Brian Ferry, $19.99. Brian Ferry is $19.99. That one is called Boys and Girls, Brian Ferry. Matthew Christ got the Hall & Oates hits. Edward Star Wars on the Moody Blues. That is sold to Matthew Christ. Phil Collins is But Seriously. Original inner sleeve from 1989. John Leal has that for $65. That's going twice, going 3 times. No bid on Pink Floyd, so that is sold to whoever claims it first for $45. $45 on whoever wants Pink Floyd. Brooke, I don't think we have shown an Elvis record, at least to my knowledge. Stephanie, the tracks on 10 Years After are I'm Going Home one of these days. I'd love to change the world. Tomorrow I'll be out of town. Good Morning Little Schoolgirl. Baby, Won't You Let Me Rock and Roll You? Rock and roll music to the world. It's Getting Harder. Positive Vibrations and Choo Choo Mama. Stephanie, if you want that, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Edward. Sherry Darnell gets the Nancy Sinatra and Pete Weisgarber on Brian Ferry. Pink Floyd's a Pink Floyd no bid, and no one has claimed it yet. That's surprising. Jay Giles, Love Stinks. Jay Giles is $19.99 for Love Stinks. Simply Red, Men and Women, $19.99. Simply Red, Men and Women. Chili Whack, Opus X, or Opus 10, hop sticker, $14.99. Edward Star Wars gets the 10 Years After, the first one that's in that stack. Billy Squire, Signs of Life, $19.99. Gold Stamp Promo, and Dennis DeYoung, Desert Moon. Dennis DeYoung is $19.99. Second Time Around, The Kinks. That's interesting. $19.99. Never seen that before. Second Time Around, The Kinks, $19.99. John Leal wants BA and BS. I think he meant BS the first time, which was Billy Squire. John Leal also gets the Phil Collins for a $65 winning bid. John, you get Phil Collins. Next, auction. We got a MoFi pressing of Supertramp, Crime of the Century. Supertramp is going to be a $115 start. Supertramp, Crime of the Century. $115 start. MoFi pressing of Supertramp, Crime of the Century. Decent jacket, VG Plus. OG MoFi, Crime of the Century. That's a $115 start. James Bragg wants JG was Jay Giles. No claim on the Kinks yet? Okay. Here's how we're going to do Elvis. I've got 3 more Elvis records. Now, other people may want these. So, you can't win them by saying Elvis. You've got to tell me the name of the album, or at least a key word to let me know you want it. I've got 3 more Elvis records in my hand. Today, in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $14.99. If you want this one, comment today. In shrink wrap with this hop sticker. Let's be friends. Let's be friends. And I don't want to show this one because this one's actually called Elvis, so that's going to be too confusing. I'll go get a couple more. Tanner's fed me a couple more of them. Tanner fed me a couple more. Let me get a couple over here. We got them. We got them. All right, so let's see here. Let me pull the records out of this other bin first. Austin Cauldron first to the Kinks, and Clay Moore wants the Dynasty Young. Dynasty Young. All right here. So we got Chad Regal first on today. Chad got the Elvis today. David Hilton second. Brooke third. And Brooke wants Let's Be Friends. So Brooke, you got the Let's Be Friends. Chad got today. I've got a few more here. This is $34.99. $34.99. 1965 mono Rockaway press. 65 mono. Girl Happy. 65 mono. That's $34.99. This one is sealed. A sealed copy of Harem Scarum. $24.99. Speedway, also sealed, $29.99. And Welcome to My World. Welcome is $9.99. Welcome to My World. And that one has the same word and another title we've already used, so I won't show that one either. There are 4 more Elvis records. Okay, back to the crate. We have Greg Kihn. This is, I don't think I've ever seen this one. Greg Kihn, 1999. Love and Rock and Roll, 1999 on that. Julian Lennon, Mr. Jordan. Julian Lennon, 1999. I don't think I've ever seen that Julian Lennon. 1989, that's why. 1999. The Joe Jackson Band. Joe Jackson Band is $24.99. What's this one actually called? Yeah, yeah, or something like that? No, it's called Beat Crazy. Beat Crazy. That is $24.99. $24.99. That's Joe Jackson, $24.99. Okay, back up to the top. We have Girl Happy. Let's see here. Girl Happy. That's sold to Brooke. Brooke was also first to Speedway. Austin wants Welcome to My World. Austin was first to that. Stephanie was second. Brooke was third. And that just leaves Harem Scarum, the sealed copy of Harem Scarum. That was $24.99. Jeff McIntosh first to JL. Julian Lennon. That's sold to Jeff McIntosh. Greg Kihn, Joe Jackson. Herb Albert, Keep Your Eye on Me. Herb Albert is $19.99. $19.99. Brooke also wants Harem. That's also sold to Brooke. I've got plenty more. Plenty more. Don Johnson, Heartbeat. Don Johnson is $19.99. Brian Adams, Into the Fire, with hot sticker, $19.99. We auctioned the other one. I almost put that one up for auction as well. I decided not to. It's just $19.99. The Human League Crash. The Human League Crash is $24.99. Steve Winwood, $19.99. Spandau Ballet, True. That is $24.99. And Vanilla Fudge. I've never seen this Vanilla Fudge. It's a later album, $19.99. Vanilla Fudge Mystery, $19.99. Mike Post first to Brian. Brian Adams, that's sold to Mike Post. Debbie Blair was second. John Leal first to Steve Winwood. Chad Regal second. Charlie the Kinks is already sold. Anderson Williams first on the Human League. James Rayner first on DW. That is, I think, a miscue. Maybe not. Maybe that's what John Leal got. That was for Steve Winwood. But James was first on D. No, that was a miscue. He was second on Steve Winwood. And we have Robert Palmer Riptide, $19.99. Robert Palmer Riptide, $19.99. Last 2 auctions have not got a bid. If anybody wants Pink Floyd, it's a $45 buy it now. If anybody wants Supertramp, it's a $125 buy it now. Mo-Fi Crime of the Century. Those are buy it nows. Pink Floyd and Supertramp. Spandau Ballet is a full album. This is a full album. Supertramp Start. That is sold to Edward. Actually, you know what? I think I said 115. Did I say 115 or 125? I think I said 115 originally. 115. That is, that's sold to Edward Star Wars. He was first. And then Mike Cochran. I do not have an OG Lady in Satin. Not that I'm aware of. So that's sold to Edward for 115. Fred Carnell wants Spandau. Fred Carnell on Spandau. All right, let me grab 2 new auctions. Here's the other. If you want this one, I'll show that in a second. I'll do that one in a second. Never mind. I can't go down the Elvis route right now. We got way too many other records to show. we bring the Elvis bin out. We'll be here a while. Jason Dobb first on Pink Floyd. That's sold to Jason Dobb. Next is, let's go through actually I hadn't read through these a second time. Let me do that very quickly. Then I've got 2 more crates of new vintage arrivals. 2 more crates. The Lightning Fingers of Roy Clark, $24.99. Herbie Mann, Brazil, Bossa Nova, and Blues, $24.99. Herbie Mann. We've got, here's Loretta Lynn singing Wings Upon Your Horns in shrink wrap, an original Decca, $19.99 on Loretta Lynn. Duke Ellington, the Symphonic Duke Ellington, that's also in shrink wrap, $19.99. Linda Ronstadt, What's New, $9.99. America, View from the Ground, $9.99. The Turtles, More Golden Hits, $14.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Four-Way Street, $39.99. Wonder Women, The History of the Girl Group Sound, that is $19.99. Wonder Women. Let me read you a couple artists off that. That's like the Shangri-Las and the Dixie Cups and the Chiffons. Artists such of that. Mark K on Four-Way Street. I was waiting for somebody to buy that. Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits, with a little help from my friends, The Jealous Kind, Cry Me a River, You Are So Beautiful. And here's some of my favorites. Delta Lady, Darling Be Home Soon, The Lovin' Spoonful, and The Letter. $24.99, Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, $24.99. Mark K also wants the Joe Cocker's Hits. Chad Regal was second. The Outlaws is $24.99. By the way, The Worst of Jefferson Airplane is their greatest hits, if you did not know that. Linda Ronstadt is $9.99. That's her greatest hits. It's pristine. Simply Red is $19.99. Men and Women. Chili Whack is $14.99. Chili Whack is $14.99. Greg Ken, Love and Rock and Roll. Greg Ken is $19.99. Joe Jackson Band is $24.99. That's still available. So is Herb Albert, $19.99. That's in shrink wrap and hop sticker. Don Johnson Heartbeat, $19.99. Vanilla Fudge, $19.99. And Robert Palmer Riptide in shrink wrap, $19.99. All right, let me grab the next new bin, which is some stuff I've already pulled for auctions. So I've already been through this one, and there's great records in here. There's definitely some stuff that I'll be surprised if... We'll probably sell half of this bin at minimum. If we sell every one of them, I'll be surprised, but at minimum. And the next bin is going to be, after this bin, the next bin's check condition. I'm flipping through it for the first time right now, making sure there's nothing I definitely want to auction. If I've ran out of auctions, then we'll just focus on the crates. But guess what? Here's 2 records that was in the Facebook post. So let me definitely put those up. Let me definitely put these up. Ooh, another Pink Floyd. Okay, so these were in the Facebook post. Let me see what kind of pressings we have here. Devo New Traditionalist. This is a VG Plus. Devo New Traditionalist, VG Plus on the vinyl, $15 start. No bonus 45, no extras, just the cover and the inner sleeve. VG Plus, $14.99 on Devo. That's a, or 15, did I say $14.99? $15 start. No 45. And then Pink Floyd is a VG Plus, USOG, $45 start. Pink Floyd was in the last crate. That was the one, I didn't even know we used that in the hot picture. Paul's has been sending me pictures and I post them. I really don't know what's going on. I'm actually not, I'm not even taking pictures anymore. So Devo's a $15 start, Pink Floyd's a $45. Wonder Women is $19.99. Yes, David, $19.99. Did I miss any other claims? I don't think I did. New crate. We have Bob Dylan, $34.99. That's his self-titled album. It's a 70s press. It is in shrink wrap, $34.99. Best of the Animals. Great compilation here. Best of the Animals, $19.99. We got to get out of this place. Pink Floyd, $45, now $50. Tattoo You, that was also on the hot post. Such a beautiful artwork on that, $34.99. It really stands out. Debbie Blair first on the Animals. Chad Regal second. B.B. King, King Size, $19.99 on B.B. King, King Size. Paula Abdul, Forever Your Girl. Paula Abdul is $26.99. AC/DC, Fly on the Wall, $44.99. $44.99. David Hilton said he'll take the Wonder Women. That is still available right here. And that was $19.99. David, it's available, and it's got the lenticular cover, and that's sold to you. So that's sold to David. Craig Johnson, you were third on the animals. Rebecca Barber first on Paula Abdul. Jimmy LaCroix on ACDC. Tanner, this one was $44.99. Devo's at $15 with John Stevens. That is a VG Plus, going once, going twice. And Pink Floyd is at $50 with Todd Tipton. James Cohorn, you're out. Asia, $19.99. Asia self-titled. We have the Rolling Stones, Dirty Work. That's also $34.99. The Hollies, He Ain't Heavy. He's My Brother, $16.99. How much was the Jefferson Airplane? That was from the previous bin, The Worst Of, which is their greatest hits. The Jefferson Airplane is $24.99. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. That was $24.99. Scott Schoening, first on Asia, self-titled. That's sold to Scott. We have Cheap Trick in color, $19.99. Russell S. wants Tattoo You. Start Me Up. That's sold to Russell S. Devo, $17.50. I'll take that bid only if you allow me to roll it up to 18. We do $1 bid increments. That helps speed up everything. If we started doing things by pennies, it would be kind of complicated. Argent Counterpoints. Argent is $19.99. ACDC was OG. Yes, it was, Jimmy. Stephanie Harder wants He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. Rich is at 18. Thank you, Mr. Russo. I'm sure you didn't know that, but thank you. Elvis Costello, King of America, $24.99. And Elvis Costello Spike is $29.99. That's from 1989. Final call on Pink Floyd at $50 to Todd Tipton. James, let me know if you're in or out. Matthew passes on Jefferson Airplane. Creedence Clearwater, Willie and the Poor Boys, $34.99. So that means John Stevens, you're now back in on Devo. He just bid. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going, $19.99. Bob Dylan, Bringing It All Back Home, $34.99. Bringing It All Back Home. Another near mint 70s reissue. Vinyls VG Plus. B.B. King, Live at the Regal, $24.99. That's in shrink wrap. Donna Summer, $9.99. And Donna Summer, Once Upon a Time, $14.99. Cat Stevens, Back to Earth, $14.99 on Cat Stevens. And B.B. King, now appearing at Ole Miss University, $24.99. Pink Floyd is sold to Todd Tipton for $50. Devo's at $20. Rich Russo, let me know if you're in or out. Ray Charles, 20 Greatest Hits. Ray Charles is $19.99. Dusty Springfield, Golden Hits, $19.99. Rich is back in on Devo at $22. Chicago is $19.99. That has the posters with it. $19.99. Gus C. wants the first B.B. King. That means you want this one back here. There's actually 3 still in the bin. Gus, there's king size. B.B. King, let me pull them all out just so everybody can see what's left and anybody else can claim by the title. Please claim by the title. We have king size, the Regal, or Ole Miss. Let me know on those. We'll hold that for Gus C. temporarily. Peter Alderman on Ray Charles. That's sold to Peter Alderman. John Stevens out on Devo. Final call to Rich for 22. Chicago still available. Has the posters with it. Clarence Clemens, Hero. Clarence Clemens is $19.99. And The Clash, The Magnificent Dance, The Magnificent Seven, The Call Up and The Cool Out. The Clash is $22.99. $22.99. All right, 3 B.B. Kings here. It looks like they're possibly all sold. Gus C. was first. He wants king size and Ole Miss. King size and Ole Miss. Chad Regal was second. He wanted Ole Miss. Walter Savage was third. B.B. King Live at the Regal is still available, $24.99. James wants to know the tracks on Chicago. You'll have to give me a second on that one. If you don't want it, Chad does. And Zumo first to Clash. Now, Zumo, the other night, I think you claimed something, and there was actually somebody before you, and you didn't get the honor of being a first-time buyer. So this is now sold to you. And if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome, which I think you are. Make sure you message our page with your email address and your mailing address. He's on YouTube, that's right. So we're posting a link right there with our website, and you can click on that and fill out that form to be a first-time buyer so we can send you an invoice. I am stretching my leg. That's why I'm talking sporadically. I'm stretching my leg right now. I've done a lot of standing. There went my neck. Now I feel better. There's the Chicago track list. Thank you. I was waiting for Craig to post that. James, if you want it, it's yours. If not, it's so to Chad Regal. Ebony and Ivory, Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder, $14.99. Paul McCartney, Stevie Wonder. Dave Mason, Two Hearts. Dave Mason is $14.99. And Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Somewhere in Africa, $14.99. Too late for Devo track. It's not too late because you asked before I sold it. The Devo track list is being read right now. High bid is with Rich Russo at $22. Through Being Cool, Jerking Back and Forth, Pity You, Soft Things, Going Under, Race of Doom, Love Without Anger, The Super Thing, Beautiful World, Enough Said. Austin Cauldron gets the Paul McCartney, Ebony and Ivory. That's sold to Austin Cauldron. George Carlin, Occupation Full, $14.99. George Carlin, An Evening with Wally Londo, $14.99. And another George Carlin, Class Clown. 3 George Carlins, all $14.99. Thank you, Zumo. Looking forward to selling you many, many more records. The Tender Side of Ray Charles, $14.99. Alice Cooper, 1980, Flush the Fashion. That is $26.99. And the Eurythmics is $19.99. The Eurythmics is $19.99. Fleetwood Mac is $39.99. Dan Triaga was first to George Carlin. He put Go, but I'm sure he meant CC. Jeff McMaster, I think, was second at CC. Was there something CC before that? He probably meant GC as well. Brent was third. Austin wants a bundle. Everything sticker price, but that does not matter because Dan Triaga gets all 3 of them. George Carlin, all sold. Autumn Betts first to Alice Cooper and Class Clown. Okay, that's what everybody wanted. Jeff was second, Brent was third, Austin was fourth. Dan gets all 3 of them. No other new bids on Devo, so this is sold to Rich Russo for $22. Devo is sold for $22. ELO's Greatest Hits, $19.99 on ELO's Greatest Hits. The times, they are changing. Bob Dylan. We're putting out all the classic Dylan albums. Another near mint 70s repress of that, $34.99. Chad put Leo. I'm sure he meant ELO. That's sold to Chad. Cheap Trick, Dream Police. The Dream Police, $19.99. Ken Crooker, we've already sold to Alice Cooper. Chicago, If You Leave Me Now. That's a hits comp. If You Leave Me Now, Saturday in the Park, Feeling Stronger Every Day, $19.99. Stephanie Harder wants Times They Are Changing. That's sold to Stephanie. John Leal first to Cheap Trick. We have Cher, $24.99 for Cher Self-Titled. Cher Self-Titled, $24.99. And Chicago 3, that's awfully heavy, 2LP, $19.99. And the Four Tops Greatest Hits, $19.99. The Four Tops Greatest Hits. Baby, I Need Your Lovin'. I Can't Help Myself. Sugar Pie Honey Bunch. All right, James Bragg first on Chicago, and Chad Regal first on the Four Tops. I'm going to read through those one more time. I don't think I got any more auctions on standby. I've already been through this bin to check. Yeah, the next bin's check condition. I think everything in there, I was just going to let it roll. Yeah, I don't have any Japanese up here. We could, or we could just focus on the bin. Let's go through these one more time. No auctions right now. We'll focus on what's left in the bins. Bob Dylan, self-titled, 70s press. It's a 70s press. It's in shrink wrap, though. Vinyl's near mint, $34.99. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work, that's $34.99. Cheap Trick in color still available. Very nice copy, $19.99. Argent, Counterpoints. Argent is $19.99. Elvis Costello, King of America, is $24.99. And Elvis Costello Spike is $29.99. $29.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Willie and the Poor Boys, $34.99. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going, $19.99. Bob Dylan, Bringing It All Back Home, $34.99. Donna Summer was $9.99. That was self-titled. And Donna Summer, Once Upon a Time, that was $14.99. Donna Summer. Cat Stevens, Back to Earth, $14.99. Dusty Springfield's Golden Hits, $19.99. Dusty Springfield Golden Hits. Clarence Clemens' Hero, $19.99. B.B. King Live at the Regal in shrink wrap. Only B.B. King left for tonight, $24.99. Dave Mason, this is sealed, by the way. I don't think we've had that too many times. It is sealed. Sealed with hype sticker, $14.99. Dave Mason. Manfred Mann, Somewhere in Africa, $14.99. The Tender Side of Ray Charles, $14.99. Eurythmics, $19.99. Fleetwood Mac, The Vintage Years. This is an early Fleetwood Mac compilation. On Sire, that is $39.99. Cher is $24.99. And Chicago, If You Leave Me Now, that is still available, $19.99. Chicago, If You Leave Me Now. James Bragg, I got you down for Chicago 3 earlier, which was shown pretty close to that. So, James, if that's not the one you wanted, let me know. Let me roll the next new bin. I'm going to put it up right now. It's all new check condition titles. All new check condition titles. Here we have it. New check condition, new arrivals. New check condition, new arrivals. Friday night. Thanks for joining us. We're on our last bin of new arrivals for tonight. And then we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. But after they're all condensed, we're going to have about 2 bins to go back through. And we'll do a review. The Rolling Stones, Undercover, VG Plus, $24.99. The Hollies, Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $14.99. So these are check condition. I'm going to tell you the condition, the price, probably show you the label. That's an orange Epic label, VG Plus, $14.99. Masters of Rock, Pink Floyd, EX, $22.99. Masters of Rock, EX, $22.99 on Pink Floyd. Masters of Rock. Chad Regal, first on the Hollies. Pink Floyd. John Lennon, Milk and Honey, VG Plus, $19.99. Alan Jonathan, first on Pink Floyd. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, EX copy. EX on that one, $34.99. Eurythmics is EX, $19.99. The Freewheelin' Bob Dylan, EX, $32.99. Freewheelin' Bob Dylan, another 70s press, very nice EX, $32.99 on the Freewheelin'. Emotional Rescue, VG Plus, $24.99. Craig Johnson, first on Bob Dylan, that's sold to Craig. Mama Koss, Bubblegum, Lemonade, and Something for Mama. That's an EX copy, $9.99. Jeff McMaster on E for the Eurythmics. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. Leonard Skinner is a VG copy, $14.99. VG copy of Something Second Helping. Jeff McMaster also wants Mama Koss. Leonard Skinner, I think there's a couple more Leonard Skinners, so let me skip over those and show you Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits. That's a VG Plus, $9.99. Cat Stevens is a VG Plus, $9.99. Brittany, you were second on Mama. Michael Golston, first on Leonard Skinner. Alan second. Davey third. John fourth. Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits. David Crosby, VG copy, $19.99. David Crosby, If I Could Only Remember My Name, VG, $19.99. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun. That's a VG Plus, $24.99. And Asia Alpha, EX, $17.99. Shrink wrap and hype stickers. Is sing out on Cat Stevens. Not on that one. That's on Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits Volume 2. Asia Astra, back-to-back Asia. That's a VG $9.99. Alpha was $17.99 EX with hype sticker. The next Leonard Skinner was Gimme Back My Bullets. VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus, Gimme Back My Bullets. Leonard Skinner. VG Plus, $24.99. Russell S. wants Cat Stevens. I tell you what, though, it's loaded with some great music. That's sold to Russell S. Stephanie first on this Leonard Skinner. That's sold to Stephanie. Waylon Jennings. Waylon, I've Always Been Crazy. VG Plus, $17.99. On Waylon, I've Always Been Crazy. Major Lance, Greatest Hits. Major Lance, Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $19.99. Major Lance, Greatest Hits. David Allen Coe's Greatest Hits. This is a white label promo. EX, $34.99. David Allen Coe's Greatest Hits. $34.99. White label promo. Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy. EX, the grades keep going up. This is $32.99. EX, $32.99. Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy. Alice Cooper, VG Plus 1999. Alice Cooper, Zipper Catches Skin. Ouch. 1999, Alice Cooper. Stephanie gets the other Leonard Skinner. That's so does Stephanie Harder. Face Value, Phil Collins. I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight. EX 1799. That's on that album. Phil Collins. EX 1799. Elvis Costello, Armed Forces. This also has the single with it. It has the single. The vinyl is in VG condition. 1699. John Leal, first to Phil Collins. John Ambrosic, second. Ron Stoltz, third. James Rayner, possibly fourth. James Bragg, fifth. Brittany, sixth. Alan Jonathan, first on Elvis Costello. Jeff, second. John Stevens, third. Alice Cooper is still available. Cher, Heart of Stone. Never seen that before. VG Plus, $29.99. Cher, Heart of Stone. Never have had this one before. Never ever. Gold stamp promo. Has a hype sticker on it. Russell S., you were 1, 2, 3. You were fourth on Armed Forces. Ken, Alice Cooper was a VG Plus 1999. VG Plus 1999. The Young Rascals Collection. VG Plus 14.99 on the Rascals Collection. Merle Haggard, The Roots of My Raising, VG Plus $9.99. $9.99. Ken Crooker gets the Alice Cooper. Come Fly With Me, Frank Sinatra, VG Plus $9.99. Hollywood, Basie's Way, Count Basie and his orchestra, Hollywood, Basie's Way, VG Plus $9.99. Chamber Music of the New Jazz by Ahmad Jamal, early reissue on Argo, VG Plus $34.99. Romelu wants Frank Sinatra. Doc Smith says Baby's Way. He meant Basie's. That's so to Doc Smith, and Doc Smith also wants Ahmad Jamal. Gus C., you were second on Basie. 50 million Elvis fans can't be wrong. VG Plus $14.99. Elvis. 50 million fans can't be wrong. That's a VG Plus $14.99. Howard Jones, Cross That Line in shrink wrap with hype sticker. VG Plus $19.99. We have Chad Regal, first on Elvis. Chad's first on Elvis. The Pretenders is VG Plus $14.99. The Pretenders 2. The Four Tops, Reach Out. VG Plus $14.99. Good stuff on here. The Four Tops, Reach Out. VG Plus $14.99. More of the Monkees. VG Plus $14.99. More of the Monkees. VG Plus $14.99. Johnny Cash and June Carter, Carry On, featuring Jackson. I'm Going to Jackson. VG Plus $19.99. Doc Smith got Four Tops. That goes to Doc Smith. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, You're Gonna Get It. EX $39.99. 1978 Santa Maria. Debbie Blair first to Johnny Cash. Sam Markham was second. Eye of the Tiger, Rising Up, Back on the Streets. EX $14.99 for Eye of the Tiger. EX $14.99. And Genesis Duke. Linda wrote her name on the cover, but that's a VG Plus $14.99. Ken Crooker first to Survivor. Tom Petty has Listen to Her Heart. Let's read through those titles one more time because they're absolutely fantastic. And let me see what I've got coming up in the other bins. Okay, we'll do a recap in just a second. Let me read you what's left in this bin. By the way, who needs a copy of Matchbox 20? Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. That's on red vinyl. Matchbox 20. Yeah, Yourself or Someone Like You. That is $29.99. James Rayner, first on Genesis. That's so to James Rayner. We have Rolling Stones, Undercover, VG Plus $24.99. John Lennon, Milk and Honey, VG Plus $19.99. Brooke and Rebecca both want Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. Those are sold and sold. Also, Chad wants one. 3 copies of Matchbox 20 sold. I figured we needed to sell that or show that. Okay, back to the bin. We have Tusk EX $34.99. The Stones Emotional Rescue VG Plus $24.99. David Crosby is VG $19.99. Eric Clapton Behind the Sun VG Plus $24.99. Alpha Asia EX $17.99. And Astra is VG $9.99. Matchbox 20. I've also got Here's another big album from the 90s, and I've only down to 2 or 3 copies. No, I'm down to 4 or 5. No, 4. Haven't shown it in a little bit. These are also $29.99. Hootie. Hootie and the Blowfish. Diamond Certified album. That is $29.99. Hootie and the Blowfish. I've got 4 of those still left. Russell S. First to Fleetwood Mac Tusk. That's sold to Russell S. Waylon Jennings is VG Plus $17.99. Chad Regal on Hootie and the Blowfish. That's sold to Chad. Major Lance Greatest Hits. VG Plus $19.99. Major Lance Greatest Hits. David Allen Coe's Greatest Hits. That's a white label promo. EX $34.99. Cher Heart of Stone is VG Plus $29.99. Russell S says Put Back Tusk. I'll do that. So the only thing over here right now is Chad Regal's Hootie. If anybody wants Fleetwood Mac, it's still available. Nick Bagaron says EC Price, please. EC Price. That's Eric Clapton. VG Plus $24.99. Eric Beck, first on Cher. Brooke Paget says she'll take a Hootie. Ron Stoltz wants Asia Astra. That's sold to, that's Alpha. That's sold to Ron Stoltz. 2 copies of Hootie left. The Young Rascals Collection, VG Plus $14.99. Russell said, I'll change my mind again. Actually, we'll take Tusk, not a problem. Sell that to Russell S. Merle Haggard, The Roots of My Raising, VG Plus $19.99. Howard Jones, Cross That Line, featuring Everlasting Love. That's another hit of his. VG Plus $19.99. The Pretenders 2, VG Plus $14.99. More of the Monkees is VG Plus $14.99. I'm a Believer. That's a great song. And then Tom Petty is still available. This is EX $39.99, 1978. We have Michael Herrera. How much is Waylon? Waylon is a VG Plus $17.99. I've always been crazy. Pete Weisgarber wants Howard Jones. That's a bunch of J's in there. Sell that to Pete Weisgarber. And no other claims out of here. I'm about to start kind of our big recap for tonight. And he says the keyboard's broken. A couple extra J's there. Hootie is $29.99. Hootie and the Blowfish. That's called Cracked Rear View. I'll show some other new vinyl. Let me see what else I got over here that's a big seller. Well, here's a great album. I've sold a bunch, but man, if you don't have this, you're missing out. Joni Mitchell Blue. This is the Bernie Grundman remaster, $31.99. Joni Mitchell Blue, $31.99 on that. All righty. Let me see what we have here. Okay, I'm going to show Michael Herrera says, I'll take it. Did he ask for something? That was Waylon. Yep, that's Waylon. And then Craig Johnson wants a Joni Mitchell. Great decision. 1 left. Here's some more Elvis. Same rules apply. You have to comment the name of the album, okay? You have to comment the name of the album. Elvis won't buy it. It will get skipped over. Guitar Man. Guitar Man is $9.99. Guitar Man. Separate Ways. Separate Ways, $9.99. And another 50 million Elvis fans can't be wrong. 50 million Elvis fans, $14.99. And if you want this one, man, he's got too many self-titled albums. That makes it difficult because that means you got to comment Elvis, which is against the rules. All right, so next, let's see here. Brooke Paget, first on Guitar Man. That's sold to Brooke. Brooke on Separate Ways and Can't Be Wrong. 50 million fans can't be wrong. That's also sold to Brooke. Let's see here. Brooke, you got all 3 of them. You got all 3 of them. All right, let me start tonight's recap. So when I recap everything, that will be hopefully the last. If I can keep these all in order, that will be the last crate I will go through. And then I think I had just been through these. So let me put these over here. All righty. And let's do these. Let's see here. James Rayner. James Rayner got that. Okay, we'll do these. I think I got those just out of order right then, but that's okay. We'll figure out what was actually first. There's an empty crate. So right now I'm condensing crates we're about to start like part 2. We're about to do like part 2, but we're not going to take a break. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just getting everything ready for that. I'm trying to find the very first bin we started with. I always get these out of order somehow. Let me put these in here. And the very, very first bin, there was almost nothing. One bin, we had like 2 records left. So that one's what the ones I'm trying to find first. I think those have actually got mixed in with some recent stuff. There's that. I got new vinyl to go back through. Tonight's new releases, which can be condensed into one bin. But there's those 2. We'll go through that stuff in just a second. And let me condense this stuff. And that's what we'll do right now. Let me tuck these back here in the back. So tonight's new vinyl, we still got most of it. I've got a whole crate here. Let me condense it all down. It'll be 1 crate of new vinyl. And then all of tonight's, we had 7 crates of new arrivals. Everything left is in 2 crates. Everything left is in 2 crates for a recap. Hopefully we can get that down to 1. Hopefully we can get that down to 1. All right. Here we go. Let's see. CDs. Yes, we could get to CDs in just a second. That's probably what we did that last night after we ran through everything a second time, because there was really not much left. Then that's what happened. So let's see. Did I miss any claims there? Don't need the Jackson's victory. John Leal needs to put back the Jackson's victory that he had earlier. That needs to be put back from John Leal. Part 2 or CDs. We did that earlier. What neck deep? We have those new releases that came out recently. Let me see if I can find those there. Those are somewhere. Wow, some great records back here. Anything from last night? If you have them wrote down, just send us a message. I can dig those out before I do a flip video if you want anything from last night. And if you, don't comment in the video replay from last night. Please don't comment, because that's impossible. Go back and find those. So, and Eric Beck needs to put back STP from last night. That was Shangri-La Dee-Dah. Shangri-La Dee-Dah. Okay. 5 more Elvis for Brooke. That's coming up in just a second. I'm going to put away the other Joni Mitchell unless somebody claimed it. I only had 1 claim for that, Craig. And here's tonight's newest new vinyl. We had a restock of Whiskey Myers Early Morning Shakes, and I think Sherry Darnell, you was on a waiting list for that. Whiskey Myers Early Morning Shakes. Whiskey Myers Early Morning Shakes, that's $31.99. I have Iron Maiden restock of Power Slave, $36.99. Iron Maiden Power Slave, $36.99. Several of those back in. We sold out of Somewhere in Time, but I do have more in our Iron Maiden bin. Ed Sheeran Divide, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $38.99 for Ed Sheeran Divide, $38.99. Overkill Scorch, that's their newest album, gold vinyl. One distributor had this already pulled, like where you couldn't even back order it. I don't know if that means they're done with, I guess that means they sold out of the gold vinyl. So that's $39.99. Motown Collected Volume 2. Motown Collected Volume 2 is $46.99. That's 2 LP white vinyl. Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, Analog Productions, 2 LP, $69.99. Rebecca Barber on OK, that's Overkill. Sell that to Rebecca Barber. De La Soul, 3 Feet High and Rising. That's on Magenta Vinyl. That is $39.99. Magenta Vinyl, $39.99. We also have it on Yellow Vinyl. King's X, Faith, Hope, and Love, or Faith, Hope, Love, not and. There's no and in there. That's also on Gold Vinyl. Limited to 1,500. Music on Vinyl. We got number 782. And this is $48.99. $48.99. Kiss, Music from the Elder. Foil cover. It's a foil cover. It's limited and numbered. Half-speed master, translucent colored vinyl. $44.99. One copy of Marshall Crenshaw left, number to 750, new reissue from Music on Vinyl. We got number 16, really low number. We had number 9 earlier, $38.99. Leonard Skinner, Give Me Back My Bullets, 2 LP, 45 RPM. That is $69.99. Dan Triaga on Overkill. Dan, I can put you on a waiting list. Dan Triaga, I can put you on a waiting list for Overkill because I don't have any more. We have Head East, Herbie Hancock, $49.99. Herbie Hancock Headhunters, $49.99. Also Analog Productions. Put Dan Triaga on a wait list for Overkill Scorched. The Who is still available. Who's Next? Music on Vinyl, $38.99. Yaz, Upstairs at Eric's, $36.99. The Doors, Analog Productions, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $69.99. Grand Funk Railroad Collected, $44.99. Motown Collected, Volume 1, $44.99. The Dictators, Blood Brothers, $38.99. The Dictators, Blood Brothers. Leonard Skinner, God and Guns, $38.99. Leonard Skinner, God and Guns, $38.99. And the New Ministry, Animastomonia. I told Doug earlier, if you say it fast enough, it sounds like you're speaking Italian. That is $44.99. $44.99. Okay, I got more Elvis records. 3 more. First come, first serve. Do not comment Elvis. Do not pretend like that word's not even in your vocabulary for the next 20 seconds, okay? If you want these, comment the title. Country Classics. Elvis Country Classics, 1999. Country Classics. Memories. Memories. Our Memories of Elvis, Volume 2. More of the pure Elvis sound, $9.99. And On Stage, February 1970. On Stage, $29.99. 1970 Orange OG. Brooke wants Country Classics. That's sold to Brooke. On Stage, she also wants Memories and On Stage. And Chad Regal got On Stage. All right. Let's see here. And Brooke, you were second on Stage. Did I pull a De La Soul, Dana flip? Yeah, there's a flip video that I have not tagged everything yet. Just be patient. If I hadn't tagged a flip video yet, then, or if I hadn't replied to your comments, that means we hadn't pulled them. But they're all behind the counter. They're waiting to be tagged. All right, let's do a recap of all the vintage from tonight. Still some fantastic records left. Let's go through those one more time. One more time. We have Shaky Jake and the All-Stars. That is $29.99. Further up on the road. Neil Young and Crazy Horse Life, Gold Stamp promo, $24.99. The Legends, Run to the Movies, 1964 mono, $39.99. $39.99, The Legends. Deep Purple, self-titled, $16.99. That's a 1988 press. So here's the agenda for the rest of the night. We're going to go through 2 bins of vintage, and then we're going to go through the rest of that box of CDs. We're going to go through the rest of that box of CDs, so later, maybe tomorrow, we can start the rest of them. If we have time, we may not do CDs. Depends on what time we get done with these 2 crates. Hometown Album, WKQX, $9.99. Bob Welch, French Kiss Picture Disc. This is a picture disc, $24.99 on the Bob Welch French Kiss picture disc. Songs by Ricky Nelson, 1981 French pressing, $14.99. Chris Christopherson, Spooky Ladies Sideshow, $14.99 on Christopherson. Youngblood soundtrack, music by War, 78 USOG, $29.99. This is so to Doc. Doc commented a few things he wants. He says he wants the Deborah Laws, Eloise, and Hubert Laws from the second bin. I think he said he was wanting to claim those. Bundle them. Bundle them. Okay. Well, Doc, hope you're still watching. When I go back through them, let me know. I know you want this one. If you find something else, let me know. I'll give you a bundle deal. There's Hubert Laws. What was the third one? This is Deborah Laws, Eloise, and Hubert. All the different laws. Well, that's a lot of different laws. Let me find the other one. There's another one. This is $24.99. $24.99 French import. Let's see here. What does it say? Deborah. Let me see. Okay, so I don't think was there another laws in here? I don't think so. Make sure. That's a lot of different laws. I didn't even really realize that. The 3 Degrees International, that is sealed, $16.99. $16.99. Shalimar Uptown Festival, $9.99. Shalimar Uptown Festival. Carole King Fantasy, $14.99. David LaFlamme Whitebird, sealed with hype sticker, saying he's the member of It's a Beautiful Day. That's $9.99. There's Deborah. Okay. Doc, these will be 10, 12, that's 22, and 15, 27, $37. $37, and I think that is $10 off. $37. And the 3 Degrees. So what did I just say? 30, let's see what here. Oh, I lost my train of thought now. I said 15, 12, 27, 37. That was 37. I'll make it 37, 40. So we'll make 3 Degrees 13, sealed copy, 40, $50. $50 with that one. $50 with that one. Now you're really racking up on the savings. More keep coming, cheaper they get. $50 if he says yes to those 4. He said sold. Good deal. Michael Walden, Narada, Garden of Love Light, VG Plus, $9.99. Robbie Patton, Orders from Headquarters, EX, $9.99. Julie London is a VG Plus, $49.99. That's a 1960 stereo mark on track A4, plays with no noise. VG Plus, $49.99. Julie London. Very cool foil cover. LTD, Shine On, VG Plus, $11.99. Double Fantasy, John Lennon. That has Watching the Wheels on it and Beautiful Boy. And what's the other one on there? Let's see, Just Like Starting. It's a great album overall. VG Plus, $14.99. Sold a lot of copies. Webster Lewis, 8 for the 80s. VG copy, $9.99. Jack Scott, VG, $9.99. Jack Scott. David Ackles, The Road to Cairo. EX, $16.99. The Road to Cairo. Otis Redding and Carla Thomas, King and Queen, $31.99. And that was a VG Plus. Otis Redding, Carla Thomas, King and Queen, VG Plus, $31.99. 67 Monarch stereo. Terry Westwood wants the John Lennon. That's sold to Terry Westwood. Yeah, I'll do that in 1 second. Breakthrough, the New Colony 6, VG, $124.99. 1966 US Mono, side 2, looks bad, plays great. VG, $124.99. Brooke, I will send you a message after the sale. I'll send you a private message after the sale to explain and apologize everything that's went on tonight. I know at first it was very hectic with all the Elvis stuff. We just got a lot of people who's watched for a long time, and Tanner just told me a second ago he's muted some people temporarily. So things can get hectic on here sometimes. You're in a very competitive a very competitive show sometimes, but we've removed several people already, I think, tonight and hopefully by the end of the week. I've got a list of some stuff to do, but sorry about any problems anybody's had recently. I've got to send some messages out. The Lightning Fingers of Roy Clark, $24.99. The Lightning Fingers of Roy Clark, $24.99. Herbie Mann, Brazil, Bossa Nova, and Blues. That's $24.99. Herbie Mann, Brazil, Bossa Nova, and Blues. And here's Loretta Lynn, $19.99. That's an original Decca pressing and shrink wrap, $19.99. When I'm up here rolling and reading records, if there's any kind of argument going on in the comments, debate. I usually just completely ignore it. If it gets really out of hand, then we just temporarily mute people, and then I message them later. But sometimes things get out of hand, and we just have to mute or block everybody until we can fix it later. I don't have a lot of time to fix everything right now. Doc Smith is 18 on Herbie Mann. So very fast paced. We get like 4 hours a night to sell records, and sometimes things get too jumbled, and we just have to mute everybody until we figure it out. Sometimes we block people forever. The Symphonic Ellington, Duke Ellington, that is $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. I never did check the label on this. It's a Reprise, tricolor steamboat label, $19.99. Linda Ronstadt, What's New, $9.99. America, View from the Ground, $9.99. The Turtles, More Golden Hits, is $14.99. There's a lot of people who buy a YouTube's a lot more peaceful. Yeah, that's what everybody told me. They just see what's on the Restream chat. You don't get to see all the stuff in the actual chat if you go over to YouTube. You can also watch on YouTube. I think the audiences are maybe a little bit more friendly over there. The Outlaws is $24.99. Waylon, Willie, Jesse, and Tom Paul Glasser, $24.99. But what's happened? This is first of all, let me show Linda here while it's in my hands. $9.99. $9.99. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits. $9.99. There's two things I've noticed when people who buy a lot of records in this current trend we're in with vinyl booming. There's a lot of people who buy a lot of records, and it blows a lot of people's minds how much people buy and spend. At the end of the day, it's their money, and some people spend thousands of dollars every week on records. Probably not only with me, but they're probably buying them from other people. And there's some people who earn enough money, they can spend $5,000 on records a week, and it's not a drop in the bucket for them. And that blows a lot of people's minds, and it causes a lot of problems sometimes in the comments. So we have to kind of moderate that and make sure everything goes smoothly for them. So sometimes that causes problems. So we work out those problems privately, though. So if you ever see something going on in the comments, I'm probably not going to address it. I'll probably take care of it afterwards. Right, Tanner? We take care of it afterwards. But what the biggest thing we see is people who buy a lot of records or people who maybe just buy one and they're on here a lot, but they only buy one a week, they get targeted too. So we have to calm everything. But like Sean just said, I don't want anybody to have negative thoughts about what goes on here, because it's like it's a very, we don't usually have any problems. There's like for every 10,000 transactions, there's 2 problems. So okay, Rami Lou got Linda Ronstadt. Let's see here. Okay, we have Simply Red Men and Women, $19.99. Terry Clark said 20. Terry Westwood said 20 on Roy Clark. Some of us spend like we're in Congress, yeah. And that's whatever y'all want to spend. That's up to y'all. It blows some people's minds. When we sell a record for more than $500, it really freaks people out. People freak out when we sell a $500 record, and then it almost like we have to stop the show. Chili Whack is $14.99. Opus X. Greg Ken is $19.99. Greg Ken. This is Love and Rock and Roll. Like I said, I don't see that one too much. Joe Jackson is $24.99. Joe Jackson, $24.99. Herb Albert, Keep Your Eye on Me, $19.99. Herb Albert, $19.99. That is Keep Your Eye on Me. And Don Johnson, Heartbeat. Don Johnson is $19.99. Vanilla Fudge is $19.99. Gold Stamp Promo. And Robert Palmer Riptide is $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. The worst of Jefferson Airplane, It's No Secret, Somebody to Love, White Rabbit, and that's $24.99. That's the greatest hits. Rich, I will take $8 for the David LaFlamme. $8. Doc Smith said Don, 15. Don Johnston, Doc, that is 15. Sell that to Doc for 15. Let's see here. Herb Albert for 15. Rami Lou, sell that to Rami Lou for 15. I got another band to recap. Final time. This will be the 3rd time showing these. Sell Michael Nath Jefferson for $20. Fudge price and condition, $19.99, near mint. A nice slab of fudge here, vanilla fudge. That's actually called Mystery. I hadn't said that all night. The name of the album is Mystery, $19.99. All you have to do is buy a $500 record. That's right. $500 record gets you the air horn. Paul, you've been close. You bid, what was it, Alice in Chains? You was up over 500 on that, wasn't you? Okay. And let's sell that to Fred for 15. Sell that to Fred for 15. Okay, let me read through these one more time. This will be the third time I've actually read these titles. And that'll be good. About a week ago was the anniversary of the show. He said, Europe version Melikov, $1,400. That's right. Sean Jones shared that in our group. About a year ago, we had one of our biggest record auctions ever. Sean Jones claimed it was the best live record auction of all time. It may have been. I think that night we sold like 3 dozen $300 plus records, probably 4 dozen $300 plus records. That was our biggest night ever. We had OG's, 9 Inch Nails, Soundgarden's, Nirvana's, Smashing Pumpkins, Dave Matthews Band. I forgot all those. We were going back through it actually last night looking at all the titles. Simply incredible. We've been fortunate to run across some of what I think is the best collections I've ever seen, especially for when it comes to 90s and hard rock and stuff. Shaky Jake and the All-Stars, Neil Young, The Legends. We have Deep Purple. We have Hometown Album. If you have a future request, you can send me a message, but the best way is send it to the store, because if you send it to the store, that means about 7 people can see it, and there's a better chance that I will see it. We had Tool Anima. We sold Tool Anima for $900. We also had an OG copy of Undertow. We had OG Anima. We had all the Smashing Pumpkins OG presses. So yeah, we've had some gems. They're all gone. They're in the collections of most of the people watching right now. They have them on their shelf, and they probably are never going to sell them. That's why prices keep going up and up. More and more of this stuff keeps going to people's collections, and fortunately, there's people still selling. I couldn't imagine if people didn't sell these collections like they do, that we and other record stores buy across the country, prices would be incredible. But more and more of these really rare records are going to people's collections, and they're not coming out. Shaky Jake is $29.99. Audition copy, near mint, World Pacific. Bob Welch picture disc, Ricky Nelson, Chris Christopherson, Youngblood, Gentle Giant, Carole King, Shalimar. Doc Smith said sold at sticker. I like that. Sold at sticker. David LaFlamme, Michael Walden, Robbie Patton, Julie London, LTD, Webster Lewis. The Birmingham collection we're talking about, it took 2 16-foot box trailers to move it, and it was the best collection ever. It's the best one we've seen. Jack Scott, David Ackles, Gentle Giant. Gentle Giant was $24.99. That's a French pressing. Gentle Giant. Otis Redding, Carla Thomas, New Colony 6, Loretta Lynn, Duke Ellington, Linda Ronstadt, America, The Turtles, The Outlaws, Simply Red, Chili Whack, Greg Kihn, Joe Jackson Band, and Robert Palmer. Okay, we got one more band to recap. That's the first part of what's left over. Terry Westwood said 20 on Bob Welch. 20 on Bob. I need to reshare that feed into the group, Sean, or that video. You shared one of the hype videos. We need to find the actual video and share it in the group so people can some people might want to go back and rewatch that. It was posted on 5/5/22. Of course, if you scroll through our page, it'll take you forever to get there because we post 4 times a day, every day for the last year. I don't know how you can jump to that too quickly. Terry Westwood got the Bob Welch for 20. And price again on Gentle Giant. Scott, that was $24.99. $24.99. And that was a French pressing. Okay, got another band to recap. We're going to sell that to Scott Smith for $20. Go ahead and tag that for Paul Brothers 175, just so I don't misplace it or forget. Gentle Giant sold to Scott for $20. Sure thing. We're doing a recap. Of stuff from tonight. This is the second crate. We just thinned out the other bin again by half. It'd be great to thin this one out too. That means everything would be able to fit into one bin tonight that's left over. We've been doing that every night this week. We're starting with like 7 and 9 crates and we're left with 1. That's a high sell rate. That means we've had some great records all this week. It's going to continue tomorrow and then again on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday and Saturday. And then we'll do it again the next week and the next week. And we'll just keep doing it. Okay, we have Bang Bang, Your Terry Reid, 1968 Terre Haute, $34.99. Johnny Rivers, Slim Slow Slider, $9.99 in shrink wrap. Bob Seger, The Distance, $29.99. Feel free to make offers on these. Some things I'm not going to discount a lot. Some things I'll discount $5. Some things I'm going to discount $2. Some things I'm going to be like, man, I don't know if I want to discount that at all. If there's still a really good title in here, this has been in a collection in Wisconsin for 50 years, and it has not been shown until right now. This is the first time since probably he bought them. This is Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats in shrink wrap, $24.99. Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats. Simon and Garfunkel, Bookends, $14.99 for Simon and Garfunkel. Bobby McFerrin, Spontaneous Inventions, $19.99. That's on Blue Note. Tanya Tucker, Riding Rainbows, $14.99. Tanya Tucker, Riding Rainbows. Stray Cats again, Built for Speed, $24.99. Stray Cats Built for Speed. Tanya Tucker, Tear Me Apart, $14.99 for Tanya Tucker. Linda Ronstadt, Lush Life, $9.99. Pholonix, Australian Crawl, $19.99. That's a 1983 Australian press. Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood, Nancy and Lee, $19.99. Shrink wrap. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, $19.99. Sell Doc Smith, Bobby McFerrin for $14.99. That's sold to Doc Smith. The Best of Traffic, $24.99. Original label. Crosby, Stills and Nash, Allies, $19.99. REO Speedwagon, 9 Lives, $19.99. Frida Payne, Contact, $24.99. Olivia, Totally Hot, $9.99. Gonna Take a Miracle, Laura Nero and LaBelle. That's in shrink wrap, 1971 Terre Haute, $24.99. Willie Nelson, Without a Song, shrink wrap and hype sticker, $14.99. Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl, with the hit song You Got It, $24.99. Emmylou Harris, Luxury Liner, $14.99. Sell Tammy Hinkle the REO for $14.99. Merle Haggard, Let Me Tell You About a Song. That is sealed from 1978, $29.99. Patrick Carter gets the Roy Orbison. That's sold to Patrick Carter. Elvis, A Canadian Tribute, yellow vinyl, $19.99. The Very Best of the Everly Brothers, $14.99. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, Back on the Chain Gang, $19.99. I didn't mention that earlier. Bob Dylan is $34.99. It's a 70s press and in shrink wrap. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work, $34.99. Cheap Trick in Color, $19.99. Argent, Counterpoints. Argent is $19.99. Elvis Costello, King of America, $24.99. And Elvis Costello, Spike. Spike is from 1989, $29.99. Creedence, Willie and the Poor Boys. This has Down on the Corner on it. And Fortunate Son. And let's see. Down on the Corner, Came Out of the Sky. I know that one. Cotton Fields, Poor Boy Shuffle. I know all these, actually. I don't know if I haven't not heard a Creedence song. I like to listen to some kind of like deep cuts or something or rare tracks because I I know all these. Midnight Special. That's the other one. I knew there was 3 big hits. It's always on their hits. Fortunate Son, Down in the Corner, Midnight Special. But I don't know if there's not a creed. It's like the Beatles. I'm hoping there's like some kind of rare, or Led Zeppelin. They have like 7 albums that's not been released that they're about to drop. I don't think that's going to happen though. Kenny Heathcock got CCR. Stephanie is second. Wouldn't that be amazing? They're going to say, hey, we got 7 new Led Zeppelin albums that were recorded in 1969 to 1977, and we're about to release them all. That'd be great, right, Tanner?
Yeah.
7 new Led Zeppelin albums coming out. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going, 1999. Bob Dylan, Bringing It All Back Home, $34.99. Another really nice 70s press, VG Plus cover. Donna Summer is $9.99. Donna Summer, Once Upon a Time, $14.99. Cat Stevens, Back to Earth, $14.99. Brooke, the Elvis record was the Canadian tribute. Dusty Springfield, Golden Hits, $19.99. Clarence Clemens, Hero, $19.99. Clarence Clemens, Hero, $19.99. B.B. King, Live at the Regal, in shrink wrap. In shrink wrap, original ABC inner sleeve too. Very nice copy, $24.99. Sell Kerry Gibb, the Phil Collins. That's the only Phil Collins there wasn't 12 claims after. That's sold to Kerry Gibb. Doc Smith wants Donna Summer, the first one. That's sold to Doc Smith. Kenny Heathcock first to B.B. King. Doc was second. Dave Mason, Two Hearts, sealed, $14.99. Michael Nath, you were third on B.B. King. Manfred Mann, $14.99. The Tender Side of Ray Charles, $14.99. Eurythmics, $19.99. Revenge. Fleetwood Mac, Deluxe 2-record set, The Vintage Years, like Black Magic Woman, $39.99. Share, $24.99. If You Leave Me Now, this is a Chicago Hits compilation. It's got early stuff. It's got everything. $19.99. Chicago. Rolling Stones is VG Plus, $24.99. John Lennon, Milk and Honey with Yoko, VG Plus, $19.99. Emotional Rescue is a VG Plus, $24.99. David Crosby is a VG copy, $19.99. If you could only remember my name. If you could only remember my name. That's VG, $19.99. Tammy said Cher and Chicago for $20. That would be... Stephanie also wants Chicago. Roger got Fleetwood Mac. Patrick wants them. So, we'll go ahead and do that for Tammy because that would just be, well, because she's also claiming Cher. So what we'll do is we'll make Cher $5 off, and then we'll take Chicago at sticker. That would make it $40. So make Cher $20, and then we'll keep Chicago at sticker because Stephanie also claimed it. So I'll do $20 on Cher. We'll make that $40. Then Roger Ramjet on the Fleetwood Mac, and Patrick Carter wants the Stones Emotional Rescue. Where was that at? It was right here. That's sold to Patrick Carter. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, VG Plus, $24.99. Asia Alpha with hype sticker. That's EX, $17.99. Major Lance, Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $19.99. David Allen Coe's Greatest Hits, white label promo marking on the front. EX, $34.99, David Allen Coe. Collections, The Young Rascals, VG Plus, $14.99. Merle Haggard, The Roots of My Raising, VG Plus, $9.99. Jim Nielsen on DAC, David Allen Coe. The Pretenders 2, VG Plus, $14.99. Randy, The Pretenders is VG Plus, $14.99. And then there was another one in here that was $19.99. The one I just showed was VG Plus, $14.99. More of the Monkees. This is a VG Plus, $14.99. More of the Monkees. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. You're Gonna Get It. That's an EX copy, $39.99. EX copy, $39.99. 1978 Santa Maria. This is one of the probably the biggest surprise so far of the whole crate. A Tom Petty record on Shelter that has not been claimed. It's claimed now. Mike LaFoot on Asia. That's Asia Alpha. That's sold to Mike and Patrick Carter on Tom Petty. That's sold to Patrick Carter. I figured it was going to be gone at some point. Anybody else on anything left in that bin? Now's the time. Cheap Trick and the First Pretenders for $29.99. Let me see what I got in here for you, Randy. $29.99. So that would be like 15 and 15. Is there a Cheap Trick still left in here? Let me see what I got here. Is there? This is the Pretenders Learning to Crawl, right? There was a Cheap Trick. That might be in the other bin. There was the one where they're on motorcycles. CCR is sold. Yep, all the CCRs tonight are gone. I need to order a bunch of the Chronicle Greatest Hits. Because we always sell those here in the store too. This one. So 15 and 15. Sell those to Randy for 15 and 15. And Roger Ramjet wants Dave Mason. You have a new high-end bin. Sort of. What we're going to do is we're going to start going through the high-end stuff. This is so to Roger Ramjet. I'm going to start listing a lot of stuff on Discogs. And then y'all can check it on there. And if you want anything, you can let us know. Terry Westwood wants the Clarence Clemens Hero. Sell that to Terry for 15. Dirty Work Condition. Dirty Work. Dirty Work. Dirty Work. Is that it? No, that's Undercover. Dirty Work. Oh, that's the Stones. I'll do 28 on that. It's a Stones album that's somewhere. 28 on that, though. Yeah, right here. 28 on that. Oh, no, he asked the Condition. I've already took a discount. He may have been buying it a sticker. It has some sticker residue. About VG Plus. Has the original inner sleeve. And very, very nice vinyl. Very, very nice vinyl. Wow, lots of questions. I say the show's over, and that's when the questions roll in. We love it, though. Stray Cats. Let me see here, Leslie. 10 for Willie. Go ahead and sell that to Mike Post for $10. And let me figure out. Everybody's like, oh, no, the show is ending. The handle, it should just be Coletco. Should just be Coletco. There's some stuff. I'm going to pull some stuff off there, too, and bring it over here to sell it. Debbie, I'll sell you both of these, or excuse me, Les, I can't believe this isn't sell for sticker. Let's see, 50 a sticker. I'll do 44. Very nice copies. And then Bob Seger price. Bob Seger price is, figure out what we got in here. Bob Seger. Where are you, Bob? The Distance. The Distance is $29.99. Leslie said sold. That was 22 and 22. Sell Jim Gray More of the Monkeys for 10. And what was the Julie London? That was Around Midnight, VG Plus, $49.99. Is that in here, or is that in the other crate? I'm having a hard time finding these a second time. That was a VG Plus, though, $49.99. Must have been in the other bin. Yeah. That was from the previous bin, the Julie London. John Lill, let me know if you want the Stones. That's your dibs if you want it. Let me figure out what that Julie London is. Julie's hiding. There it is. This is Julie London, Around Midnight. It was a VG Plus, $49.99. And Roger says he'll take it. That's so to Roger Ramjet. Best on Clapton is $20. And John Lill passes on the Stones. That's okay. $20 on EC. Any last requests? Does anybody want to see anything? A new release? Are you looking for a title? We've got Motley Crue. We've got Slaughter. Anybody need Slaughter? Stick it to you. $44.99. Elton John, Honky Chateau. Gold vinyl. Gold vinyl, Elton John, $36.99. That has Rocket Man on it. Bob Marley. Chris Stapleton, U2. Velvet Revolver, DJ Jazzy Jeff. Days of the New, Tonic. Run the Jewels, Rush. Lots of Rush. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. Stevie Nicks' Greatest Hits. Slipknot. Collective Soul, Leonard Skinner. Motley Crue. Did I read off all those? I think I did. Back here, we have Anthrax, ZZ Top, Bob Marley, more Run the Jewels, Hall & Oates' Greatest Hits, Anthrax, Townes Van Zandt, U2, White Stripes, Bleach, Albert King and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Wow, we still got one of these hanging around. $34.99 for Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan. $34.99. Raven, Peter Criss, White Stripes, Bob Marley, Soundgarden, Primus, Led Zeppelin. $31.99. What U2? That's live Under a Blood Red Sky. I've also got the Joshua Tree, their greatest hits 80 to 90, 90 to 92. I've got Pop, Octung Baby, and I think Unforgettable Fire, War, U2, or War, October, Boy. I've got a bunch. It might be easier for you to tell me which one you're looking for. Genesis, Boston, Moby, Metallica, XTC, Counting Crows, Offspring, 10 Years, Talking Heads, Tom Petty. We have new Joshua trees that are $44.99. That's the cheapest I can do a Joshua tree. $44.99. Which Primus? That is Sailing the Seas of Cheese. You two should be right there behind Soundgarden. Primus, Sailing the Seas of Cheese, $36.99. Nick, all of our new vinyl is sticker price. U2, that's my best price on a copy of Joshua Tree, $44.99. Rush Hemispheres on red vinyl. Well, first, I don't think they've pressed that on red vinyl. When did they press that on red vinyl? I've never seen that before. We got Metallica. We got all of them. Just tell me which one you want. Don't say Lulu. I don't have that one. This is one of the best albums. Oh my gosh. Some people hate it though. Most people love it. We got $44.99. Rush Hemispheres on red vinyl. Wow. Any Rush, serious Rush fans on here know about that? I've never seen that before. Is it a Japanese press? That's too new to be. Some of the old Japanese stuff is on. Mark said he'll take it. That's the Joshua Tree. And it's back. I don't know why. Did we freeze there for a minute, Brian? But we got Metallica, Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master Puppets, Justice for All, Black Album, Load, Reload. This is where I got to think. Load, Reload, Death Magnetic, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, 72 Seasons, Garage Inc., Garage Days Revisited, S&M, S&M 2. Did I miss anything? Rush on red vinyl's a bootleg. Rush on red vinyl's a bootleg. That sounds right. I was about to say, I don't think any Rush. Saint Anger. Yeah, that's what I left out there. Saint Anger. I got Saint Anger too. Look, right here. Yeah, so Carrie Rush is a Garage Days. Garage Days is 28, 26. Let me figure out which one that is. Garage Days is 26. Kenny Wayne Shepherd. I've got Truth Is 25 for $36.99. Let me see which. Garage Days, not revisited, right? And I've got a couple Metallica bootlegs. Let's see. Kill 'Em All. 24. Wow, just $24.99. Garage Days. And then here's a red vinyl unofficial. Mark, if you're looking for Metallica, let me know which one. This is In the City of Brotherly Love, limited edition red vinyl. That's an unofficial bootleg, $44.99. Garage Days is $24.99 if you want that, Michael. $24.99. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, I've already got that one. Live at Grimey's. That is out of print. They have pulled that off the catalogs. When I found out they were pulling that one, I went on eBay and bought mine for about $50. And I think they are probably about still $50. So we get more Primus. I need to, don't I? Let's make a note to order Primus because I think we're out of everything again. Michael says he'll take Garage Days for $24.99. Elvis, let's show a handful of more Elvis records. We got some buyers on. I'm going to grab another handful. Once again, don't comment Elvis. Don't comment Elvis. I'll kind of hint at the key word I'm looking for. I'll kind of hint at the key word. So I'll just lay them up here. Let's see here. Okay, so we have, I'll also tell you the price first. $9.99. Burning Love. Burning Love. In shrink wrap. Burning Love. $9.99. He Touched Me. He Touched Me. $9.99. Elvis, He Touched Me. Legendary Performer. Sealed. Legendary Performer Volume 3. $24.99. That is sealed. $24.99. Legendary Performer Volume 2, $14.99. For Everyone, Elvis For Everyone, $14.99. I got 2 copies of Moody Blue. They're both in shrink wrap. They're both in shrink wrap on blue vinyl, $24.99. I Was the One. I Was the One, $19.99. Those are all, I got a whole stack over here that's all called Elvis. That's the name of the album. All different ones too. Okay, Tammy Hinkle was first to Burning Love. That's sold to Tammy Hinkle. Brooke gets He Touched Me. That's sold to Brooke. And no other claims on the others. That is I Was the One, Moody Blue, For Everyone, Legendary Performer Volume 2, Legendary Performer Volume 3. And Brooke also wants I Was the One. This one right here. That's Legendary Performer Volume 3, Volume 2, For Everyone, and 2 copies of Moody Blues. Those are still available. Was it I Was the One? I Was the One. Was it I Was the One? Yes. Oh, what is? I'm not real for sure. I think it's a compilation of some sort. All right, let me grab another handful. If anybody's interested in these, especially if you're a first-time viewer, just comment. I'm trying to kind of hint the key word. If you just comment Elvis, like you claim most records on here, it will get very common. Any Hooters laying around. I've only seen one, and that's the one we sold tonight, Craig. I'll tell them to try to dig up some Hooters in the back. I'm sure there's somewhere back there. This is $19.99. Worldwide Gold Award Hits. That's like a 2 LP compilation. Worldwide Gold Award Hits. I do not have Foreigner inside information. I have Moody Blue. Yes, I think you bought that one earlier. You bought Moody Blue earlier. International Favorites. Sings International Favorites. $9.99. He Walks Beside Me. He Walks Beside Me. $9.99. $34.99. $34.99. Harem Scarum. $34.99. Harem Scarum. You'll Never Walk Alone. You'll Never Walk Alone. $9.99. His Songs of Inspiration. $9.99. The Sun Years. $24.99. The Sun Years. $24.99. All right, let's see here. First was, can you get it Run Seed Raising Hell? I've got that on back order. I'm waiting to get that. Leslie Holt wants He Walks. He Walks Beside Me. That's right here. That's sold to Leslie. And Doc, the Hooters is, the Hooters. The Herbie Hancock is $49.99. Brooke wants the Sun Years. That's sold to Brooke. The Sun Years. Doc, that is sticker price. That is sticker price. Okay. Now, these are complicated. I hadn't shown them, but they're... let me figure out how to do this. I don't know. This one's for sure called Self-Titled. This is called Self-Titled. The name of the album is actually called Elvis Presley. So this is called Elvis Presley, so we have to call it Self-Titled if you want it. That's a 1977 press. Originally came out in 57. That's $29.99. This one is $74.99. $74.99. This is a 1962 Hollywood press of Girls, Girls, Girls. Now, if you didn't know this already about Elvis records, not only is there 10,000 million different ones, but then within these pressings, there's about 300 different variants. So if you're going to try to collect all the different records of Elvis, all the pressings in all the countries, one, hope you have about $1 million to spend, and two, hope you have a lot of time. I've known some people who's been buying Elvis records for 50 years. 50 years, and they still don't even have close to all of them. It's incredible. That's sold to Brooke. There's Girls, Girls, Girls. This is the TV special. $19.99. That was advertised and sold only on TV. $19.99 for Elvis. And I don't know what to call this one. Let me see if there's anything on the label. This is called Elvis. Yeah, this one's just called Orange Label. Yeah, if you want this one. He's got also about 7 that's just called Elvis or Elvis Presley or Elvis Presley. RCA was really pumping those out. How much was the gold record one? Kelsey, the gold record one, which was the hits, that's a 2 LP, 1 and 2. That is $19.99. Big Mama Thornton was sold at auction last night. Any Giant for late 80s, 90s. No Giant. Brooke wants the Orange Label. Okay, that's sold to Brooke. Anybody else on any of those? We're going to call it a night there. We'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock. I don't think John or Paul's here tomorrow, so I got to start pricing stuff. I forgot neither one of them is going to be here tomorrow. That was bad calculations on my part. So I got to start pricing stuff. Yeah, Rudder Butter. What was the name of that CD? Let me go over here and see if I still have it. I think somebody just claimed the gold record. What was that name, Tanner? Kelsey, you're a first-time buyer as well. I think your friend Brooke is on here as well. Welcome. Make sure you message our page. If he comments the name of that CD, let me know because I'm looking through them. I wrote it down. Susie Bogus Greatest Hits. Susie Bogus with the press pass. That's sold to Rudder Butter. That was a CD from last night. I didn't go through the rest of the CDs. I figured we wouldn't have a lot of time. It's a little bit too late to start going through those. Susie Bogus. So Brooke, thank you. There's Susie Bogus. Boontar, that's on your ticket. We got 1 copy. I ordered 10 more. We got 1 copy, so that's on your ticket. Velvet Underground, you've got it. And then Kelsey, of course, wanted the gold.
I already pulled it.
Okay, Tanner's already pulled it. We'll continue. Probably tomorrow we're going to have a lot of CDs because we'll have new arrivals, stuff I work on tonight, probably new CDs for sure because we got a bunch in the back that's priced. We have a bunch in the back that's priced. We'll do those tomorrow. It's pronounced Bogus. Really? Susie Bogus. Boy, I wonder how many times she's corrected people. I bet she's corrected people a bunch. Okay, thanks everybody. CDs, I promise tomorrow. If I don't show CDs tomorrow, everybody gets a free car. You get a free Mercedes-Benz. I'll fly everybody down. I'll drive everybody in big buses to Nashville. We'll walk on the dealership lot, and everybody gets a free Mercedes-Benz if I don't show CDs tomorrow night. That's a guarantee. If I don't show CDs tomorrow night, free car, a Mercedes. Everybody's flown in, and then I'll drive you there. Big, nice buses. Everybody will ride it. It'll be like a big field trip to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Right, Tanner? Tanner says he hopes not. Collect Co. would be bankrupt. We'd have to sell a bunch of records. All right. Thanks, everybody. We are gas, not electric for Debbie. All right. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll be back.